tube. It turns green and mic is on. You're live.
Our meeting this afternoon, the Suffolk School Board. We are excited and honored to welcome our new interim school board member. And at this time, we're going to begin our meeting by bringing up our clerk of the courts, Mr. Randy Carter, and we're going to bring forward our new school board member and her husband, Mr. Jesse Johnson. Linda and Jesse, please come forward.
I, Linda T. Johnson,
Do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Virginia,
And-
faithfully and impartially
and that I will faithfully and impartially
discharge all the duties
discharge all of the duties
incumbent upon me as
incumbent upon me as
a member of the school board
a member of the school board
for the city of Suffolk,
of the city of Suffolk
according to the best of my ability,
according to the best of my ability.
so help me God.
So help me God. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And welcome. Now it's time to go to work. We don't give much orientation around here. It's time to go to work. We are at this time getting ready to go into closed session. Madam Clerk, we need a motion to relinquish recording devices to go into our closed session.
A motion is needed to require all school board members participating in tonight's closed meeting of the school board to relinquish and have stored in a secure location designated by the school board all recording devices to include cameras, computer storage devices, digital video recorders, sound recording technology, or tape recording devices.
So move.
Second.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Johnson?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
No.
Vice Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
At this time, the clerk will collect those devices. The assistant clerk will collect those devices.
I don't have any.
I can leave this after. Thank you. At this time, we need a motion to go into closed session.
A motion is needed to go into a closed meeting to discuss the following items and subjects pursuant to Section 2.2-3711 of the Code of Virginia, 1950 as amended. Number one, the discussion and/or consideration of the personnel report regarding prospective candidates for employment, assignment, appointment, promotion, performance, demotion, salaries, disciplining, or resignation of specific employees of the school board, and more specifically as relates to the following. A, the resignations of individuals employed in the following positions: teachers, cafeteria associate, nurse assistant, custodian, Air Force Junior ROTC, instructor, safety monitor, academic coach, and clerk dispatch. B, the disciplinary action of a certain school custodian. C, the hiring of instructional personnel for the following subject areas: SPED, general classroom teachers, science teacher, and English specialist. D, the hiring of non-instructional personnel for the following positions: bus drivers, custodians, proximity learning, virtual classroom facilitator, and part-time parent resource center liaison. E, the approval of a school employee to receive a second stipend in the amount of $300 for full training as a substitute bus driver trainee. F, request for approval of 2 substitute bus driver trainees. G, request for the approval of 54 after-school tutoring SOL teachers and counselors for the 2020-2021 school year at Colonel Fred Cherry Middle School at the rate of $26.40 an hour. H, request for the approval of compensation for a reading tutor at Elephants Fork Elementary School for the weeks of February the 1st through June 7th, 2021, at the rate of $26.40 per hour. I, request for approval of compensation for 40 teachers to receive compensation for after-school tutoring SOL and/or after-school detention for the 2020-2021 school year at Lakeland High School at the rate of $26.40 per hour. J, request for approval of extra duty supplements for teachers assigned to Kings Fork High School, Nassau River High School, and Lakeland High School to provide English language learner support at the rate of $26.40 an hour. K, the request for a SPED LD teacher to receive leave of absence. L, recommendation for a supervisor of English instruction, all of which is authorized by Section 2.2-3711A1 of the Code of Virginia 1950 as amended. And number 2, the discussion and/or consideration of the Student Services Report, whether discussion in an open meeting would involve the disclosure of information contained in a student's scholastic record, and more specifically as relates to the following: 12 out-of-zone requests for students enrolled in Suffolk Public Schools to attend school out of their designated school attendance zone, all of which is authorized by Section 2.2-3711A2 of the Code of Virginia 1950 as amended.
So moved.
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Johnson?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
No.
Vice Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
At this time, we'll adjourn to the closed session.
resolution of certification applies. And 2, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the school board of the city of Suffolk.
So moved. Madam Clerk?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Johnson?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
Yes.
Vice Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. This is indeed the favorite time of the year for me. We get to recognize the best students in the Commonwealth of Virginia, the brightest students in the Commonwealth of Virginia, the honor students from Suffolk Public Schools. This evening, we're going to recognize our students from Lakeland High School. Mr. Superintendent, would you like to do the introductions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Brooks Buck. It gives me great honor for our first honor graduates of 2021 for Lakeland High School, home of the Cavaliers. We're going to introduce Mr. Douglas Wagner, principal, and he will be assisted by Ms. Williams, who is also one of our members of our UVA cohort, to introduce our honor graduates tonight. Mr. Wagner?
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the board, Dr. Gordon, thank you very much for this opportunity to share with you some of the best and brightest, our honor graduates of Lakeland High School. The young Cavaliers that represent the best in perseverance, as evidenced by their inclusion in this presentation. They have not only overcome, but excelled during a time in which self-motivation has been such a determining factor for success. We did not get to see all they had to offer because of the pandemic, but as they continue to grow and bloom, their contributions of character and talent will surely benefit us all. I assure you that if these young people are any indication, our future is in capable, caring, and industrious hands. I hope that you enjoy learning a bit about this very special group. And now to begin with the presentations, our Director of Counseling, Ms. Sheila Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner. Good evening to Dr. Gordon, Dr. Brooks Buck, Ms. Byram, and all school board members. It is my great pleasure to introduce our honor graduates of Lakeland High School for the class of 2021. These young people have not only persevered through the most difficult year we've ever had, but they have done so since they entered high school. This characteristic will be very invaluable as they journey towards their life goals. I am proud of what they've accomplished, and I'm sure we will hear great things from them in the future. So without further ado, I would like to present to you the Lakeland High School honor graduates of the class of 2021. Joshua Aldridge. His parents are Brian and Nancy Aldridge. Joshua wrote, his favorite memory of Suffolk Public Schools is a moment I can clearly remember is when I was building a model of a body in the biomedical sciences class. Working with my partner, we constructed the body using clay and tools to etch designs into them. It was not only fascinating to build a model to better understand the parts of the body, but also entertaining as I worked with my partner. Each group got to name their model, and we gave it a funny name. I still laugh about it today. Joshua Aldridge. Tyshawn Allen. His parents are Ionisha Allen and Tyrone Allen. Tyshawn's favorite memory of Suffolk Public Schools is being a state champion and getting a ring. Also seeing how I have evolved over the years and becoming the person I am today. Tyshawn Allen. Ramir Askew. His parents are Richard and Katrina Askew. His favorite memory of Suffolk Public Schools would be going to speak to one of my former teachers for advice right before I went to a class. Ramir Askew. Mariah Austin. Her parents are Jason and Stephanie Austin. Mariah's favorite memory of Suffolk Public Schools is making unforgettable memories with the three most important people in my life. Mariah Austin. Rose Ayala. Her parents are Christine and Ruben Ayala. Rose's favorite memory of Suffolk Public Schools is one of my favorite memories is achieving my goals at Lakeland with my friends. Rose Ayala. Julie Bach. Parents, Sherry and Christopher Bach. Julie's favorite memory of Suffolk Public Schools was when she made out on the soccer field with my little sister and best friends. Those were her favorite memories. Julie Bach. Kyra Baker Walters. Parent, Dion Walk Baker. Kyra's favorite memory of Suffolk Public Schools is being able to have a good time with my friends and being able to graduate with them now. Kyra Baker Waters. Clyde C. Barden V. Parents are Clyde and Amy Barden. Clyde's favorite memory is achieving his goals of academic and athletic goals, as also meeting my favorite soulmate, Clyde C. Barden V. Kenyana Barnes. Her parents are Shamika Robinson and Luther Barnes, Jr. Kenyana's favorite memory of Suffolk Public Schools is all of the teachers I had over the years who helped me achieve my goals, and not just goals for school, but goals for life as well. Kiana Barnes. Luke Bozeman. Parents are John and Raquel Bozeman. Luke's favorite memory of Suffolk Public Schools was hanging out with all the friends that he made. Luke Bozeman. Michaela Brown Mayfield. Parents are Crystal Brown and Romy Mayfield, Jr. Favorite memory of Suffolk Public Schools would be when she was able to make new friends and have a family bond with people. Michaela Brown Mayfield. Daniel Carpenter. Parents, Crystal Hedgepeth and Daniel Carpenter, Sr. Daniel's favorite memory of Suffolk Public Schools was his art class making sculptures out of clay. Daniel Carpenter. Rhiannon Coley. Parents, Jeff and Michelle Coley. Rhiannon's favorite memory of Suffolk Public Schools is meeting lifelong friends, learning important life lessons, and of course, the hardworking teachers who helped me obtain my diploma as well as my associate's degree. Rhiannon Coley. Michaela Council. Parents, Macietta Wilson. Favorite memory of Suffolk Public Schools, meeting my best friends and more new people. Being able to get a real-life high school experience. Enjoying the pep rallies at Lakeland High School and Lakeland High School faculty. Lastly, getting teachers who push me to be the best person I am today. Michaela Council. Delaney Davis. Parents, John and Carrie Davis. Favorite memory of Suffolk Public Schools, meeting different people and being able to form friendships with the students and teachers. Delaney Davis. Asia Day. Parents, Eva and John Fernandez. Favorite memory of Suffolk Public Schools is expanding my interest in the medical field via the biomedical program and forming friendships with a variety of amazing people. Asia Day. Ashton Eller. Parent, Kimberly House. Favorite memory of Suffolk Public Schools, having the opportunity to learn and set myself up to succeed in the future. I had the opportunity to meet several different good influences, and I appreciate the influences they had on me. Ashton Eller. Taylor Fink. Parents, Kelly and Ron Fink. Favorite memory of Suffolk Public Schools, having the opportunity to make new friends and learning new skills that help me achieve any goal I may have in the future. Taylor Fink. Paul Fisher. Parents, Louis Fisher Jr. and Tanja Yvette Fisher. Favorite memory of Suffolk Public Schools, linking with the friends in the hallway, on the bus ramp, and on the stairs. Hanging out with the bros made the school year for me. Ms. Parker's class was my favorite. I had the most fun in her classes. Paul Fisher. Aiden Fox. Parents, Adam and Nicole Fox. Favorite memory of Suffolk Public Schools? Making new friends. Aiden Fox. Michaela Grant. Parents, Derek and Shamika Grant. Favorite memory of Suffolk Public Schools? My favorite memory is getting lectures and advice every day from Mrs. Ruffin and Mrs. Wiggins, also meeting the people that I call friends. Michaela Grant. Christina Green. Parents, Bertrell and Michael Green. Favorite memory of Suffolk Public Schools would be the pep rallies and basketball games, along with the teachers who were there to guide and support me through the years. Christina Green. Darby Gregory. Parents, Sharon and Ricky Gregory. Favorite memory of Suffolk Public Schools? Playing Uno in the cafeteria during lunch break with my friends. This is a memory that I will cherish from Suffolk Public Schools. Darby Gregory. Macy Grizzle. Parents, Carolyn Hirsch and Thomas Grizzle. Favorite memory of Suffolk Public Schools is from playing sports and being in the biomed program. I love all the friends I have made and the experiences I have had during my time at Lakeland. Macy Grizzle. Shania Hart. Parent, Shauna Wilkins. Favorite memory of Suffolk Public School is being able to engage with my classmates and interact through sports. Shania Hart. Brianna Hartley. Parents, Tanaya Hartley and David Hartley. Favorite memory of Suffolk Public Schools? Meeting so many incredible people and the teachers that have pushed me to do my best. Brianna Hartley. Samara Holly. Parents, Tara Driggers and grandmother Catherine Driggers. Favorite memory of Suffolk Public School is seeing my photograph in the Exhibit of Excellence exhibit at the Suffolk Art Gallery, which never would have happened without Mrs. White. Samara Harley. Garrett Howell. Parent, Robert Howell. Favorite memory of Suffolk Public Schools is when I walked into Lakeland with my older siblings and the teachers asked if I was a student at Lakeland yet. Garrett Howell. And now I will turn it over to Mr. Wagner, who will complete the presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. I've been practicing names all day, so I hope I do our honor graduates justice. Akil Hudson. Parents, Raul and Rashida Hudson. Akil writes, my favorite memories would be meeting with friends at the cafeteria, laughing while waiting in line, talking and playing games at the tables, commenting on the different food choices, even meeting new people that became my friends along the way. It was a lot of fun getting out of class for a bit and being with the people I cherished the most. Malaya Jagasar. I messed up already. Malaya Jagasar. Malaya's parent is Tracy Pouncey, and she writes, my favorite memory is becoming a part of my school's all-girl choir, Bella Voce, and going to chorus class every even day to be with the girls, while also making some friends along the way. Simone Jennings. Parents, Clarence Jennings and Carrie Jennings. Simone writes, my favorite memories of Suffolk Public Schools are getting the daily motivational speeches from Mrs. Ruffin and being a part of the sports teams and creating bonds with people who have now become family. Michael Jones Jr. Parents, Trinita Cherry and Michael Jones Sr. Michael writes that his favorite memory is getting promoted to the second highest position in the Air Force Junior ROTC and the sugar cookies from middle school. Aaron Kinsey. Parents are Bobby and Dana Kinsey. Aaron writes, my favorite memory would be playing field hockey and softball with my sister her senior year. Maya Lawrence. Parents are Latanya Ruffin and Brandon Ruffin. Shemaya writes, my favorite memory is meeting new people, the pep rallies, and watching our basketball teams play. Ashley Leach. Parents are Priscilla Herring and Christopher Herring. Ashley writes, my favorite memory is joining the marching band. Madison McGee. Parents are Michelle McGee and Nathan Kassler. Madison writes, meeting new friends, teachers, and teammates. One significant memory was being in the National Honor Society. Not only was this a great memory, but an achievement of mine. I am forever grateful for all of the opportunities granted and lessons learned while being in the SPS system. These were her favorite memories. Donovan Myrick. Parents are Dwayne and Janice Myrick. Donovan writes that his favorite memory is showing my school spirit by attending pep rallies and attending sporting events. Shanice Myrick. Parent is Katina Myrick. Shanice writes, one of my favorite high school memories was meeting new friends over the years. I also had amazing teachers that pushed and motivated me to help me become successful in life. Attending art class and the ASL club was also a favorite memory in high school. In the American Sign Language Club, we attended elementary schools to sign Christmas songs to the deaf children. Tatiana Neild. Parents, Gretchen and Brian Neild. Tatiana writes that her favorite memory is meeting my best friends in middle school and now getting to graduate with them by my side. Quabria Newsom. Parents are Crystal Newsom and Breon Reed. Quabria writes, my favorite memory would have to be being able to make friends that I now consider as my family. Miss E and Mrs. Ruffin taking time outside of teaching to motivate and encourage me would have to be another one. Zykira Richardson. Parents are Shaunique and Bruce Richardson. Zykira writes her favorite memory is that although I could choose homecoming week, basketball games, or hanging out with friends, my ultimate favorite memory would be coming to school drained and being able to go to Miss E's French class and take life days. Sometimes it felt like everything was too much and overwhelming, but she would allow us to express our feelings and give advice. She cared about her students and understood we had bad days too, while also making sure we could get our work done later. Sigourney Reyes. Parents are Rebecca Reyes and David Reyes. Sigourney writes, unfortunately, I just moved to Suffolk, so it's hard to find a favorite memory during my few months here. However, my peers here at Lakeland are very helpful whenever I have questions and always eager to learn. It's very encouraging to see. I'm thankful that I get to graduate from a very good school. Robert Riddick. Parents are Jason Riddick and Brooke Cuffage. Robert writes of his favorite memory, after 4 years, I think it's pretty hard to just pick out one specific memory that is my favorite. The memories I've made with people I met along the way are going to stick with me for the rest of my life. Danielle Riddle. Parents are Dan Riddle and Michelle Watkins. Danielle writes that her favorite memory is having encouraging and loving mentors to help guide me through the best years of my life. Alexis Roundtree. Parents, Melisina Roundtree and Gregory Roundtree Sr. Alexis writes, my favorite memory is coming together each year as a school, showing our true devotion and school pride for Lakeland as far as academics as well as sports. Devin Salter. Parents, Sarah Salter and James Salter. Devin writes, my favorite memory would have to be getting to know and establishing friendships with my friends, especially my Project Lead the Way Biomed classmates. My time with them is priceless. Samantha Scobie. Parents, Michael Scobie and Deborah Scobie. Samantha writes of her favorite memory that making friends all throughout the years and the teachers that pushed me to work harder. Also helping me achieve my certificate for Paul D. Camp and my diploma. The teachers of Lakeland High School are the best, and they push their students, and that is one of my favorite memories. Anya Shepard, parents Joyce Shepard and Antoine Shepard Sr. Anya writes that her favorite memory are all the pep rallies and seeing all those people cheering for our school. Shelby Stubenrock, parents are James and Susan Stubenrock. Shelby writes, my favorite memory is when I would come to school every day and meet my friends. Spending time with my friends in the morning before class helped start my day right. I loved meeting new people and becoming friends over time. I also enjoyed getting the chance to know my teachers personally. Braxton White, parents Beth and Jeremy White. Braxton writes, my favorite memory of Suffolk Public Schools was being able to make new friends and new memories throughout the years. Trinity Whitehead, parents Travis Whitehead and Tanya Whitehead. Trinity writes, my favorite memory from Suffolk Public Schools is playing volleyball with all of my friends and celebrating with teammates after wins. Also, becoming a Cavalier singer is one of my favorite memories as well. Cameron Whitley, parents Thomas and Robin Whitley. Cameron writes, my favorite memory is going to the pep rallies on homecoming day. I was always so excited no matter who we played. I just loved the energy in the air. Christinia Willis, parents Christopher and Lynn Willis. Christinia writes, my favorite memory is competing with other schools on the track team. The thrill of the competition while feeling satisfied after intensive practices is irreplaceable. Dinasia Wood, parent Demetrius Wood. Dinasia writes, my favorite memory of Suffolk Public Schools is all the good times I have with my close friends and classmates. Nicholas Yeager, parent Justin Yeager. Nicholas writes, my favorite memory of Suffolk Public Schools is when I joined the American Sign Language Club. In addition to the slides you have seen, we have the following Cavalier honor graduates whose slides were incomplete. Nevaeh Bird, Akili Palmer, Damon Hall, Aviante Clemens, Aaron Wright, and Destiny Artis. We wish to congratulate all the members of the Lakeland High School honor graduate class. And again, thank you, the board members, for allowing us to make this presentation today.
Thank you. Again, we're always and forever happy with this and seeing these students, seeing what they've done. We're very proud of what you've done, and we thank you because we know they could not have done it without your help, the faculty's help, and of course their parents. We're extremely proud of them. We normally do this in person, and COVID has done what it's done, but we're determined to acknowledge the things that these students have done. So we're really pleased that we could do this tonight, and we plan to keep on doing what we're doing until we can do it a different way. So we look forward to June and seeing them walk across that stage with those honor cords, whether we do it virtually or whether we do it in person, but we're going to do something, okay? We're determined we're going to do something. So anyway, thank you so much for this evening. Are there any board members who'd like to say something? Because I see a Lakeland mask over there on the face.
Of course. Mr. Wagner, Mrs. Williams, I am so proud of the Lakeland High School honor graduates. And certainly this year has been a time of challenge and adjustment for our students. However, these fine young ladies and young men have met those challenges with tenacity and resolve. And it certainly is evident that our Lakeland honor graduates have goals that they want to accomplish and that they have the drive to succeed. I want to thank you for working with them during this time of challenge And I know that they will go forth and they will make Suffolk Public Schools proud. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Ms.
Yes. Ditto to what Ms. Mayo said. I see some of these young people, I've watched some of them grow over the years, go through the system, and I hear the mention of friendships. I'm glad that they have lasting friendships. Those will be more important in life than anything. That's a great lesson to learn. They also mentioned a lot about their teachers and people, administrators who have helped them. They didn't forget you. And they will remember in years to come, and they will look back and say, I really got my foundation at Lakeland High School. We're doing an outstanding job. Lakeland, Mr. Wagner, Ms. Williams, I congratulate both of you. I know you've worked very diligently with these students. I congratulate the parents because I know they have been through a lot over the last few months. It's not been an easy time. I did see a couple of people up there that I have known since they were tiny babies and held them in my arms, and that makes me feel tremendously old but tremendously proud. There was one young lady, Ms. Colley up there, Rhiannon Colley, I want to mention. She said she also will get her associate degree from Paul D. Camp. I encouraged her family to do that many years ago, and both of their students have taken advantage of that fine program to be able to graduate from Lakeland, not only with their diploma, but with their diploma from associate degree from Paul D. Camp. That biomedical program that we have invested so much in over the years has really paid off, and this is evidence to that because that's a wonderful program. I just hope I live long enough to see more programs like that in the city of Suffolk to give our students that advantage because it is paying off big dividends. And I know our fine superintendent is making plans as I speak on some of those programs. But I congratulate all of these honor graduates. I wish them well, and I know that they're going to make us proud as they move from Lakeland High School to the next level. And I hope some of them will return. Some of them will return and come back and bring their wisdom to us to help us move forward. Thank you.
Yes, I'm excited to see a lot of the young persons I drove when I was a school bus driver across, and then a lot of the students who I have had the opportunity over the years to work with through my mentoring program, complete something that they have been very diligent about completing. I always conclude this time with this quote: "Life is like a bank. You can only take out of life what you put in." And it's time that we continue to sow positive deposits into our children. And as you see, they are giving accolades to the teachers who exemplify what we at Suffolk Public Schools stand for. Please don't believe the narrative that the sky's the limit. There are footprints on the moon. You can go anywhere that you set your mind out to be. As long as your work ethic matches your vision, you can get it. Thank you.
Jenkins?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say congratulations to the honor graduates of Lakeland High School. You did what you had to do to get to this point, and I applaud you. And what I admired the most when I listened to you all said a lot of positive things. You didn't take the opportunity to take any jabs at nobody and talk about how hard it was, but you thought of the positive things, because I know it was not easy for what you've gone through, but you did it, and you can continue to flourish and go like Board Member Riddick said, the sky is not the limit anymore. You can go anywhere you want to go, and we are proud of you, and it doesn't end here. When you need us, come back to Suffolk Public School, and we'll be here to assist you in any way that you need. God bless you.
Our newest board member Johnson.
Yes, first of all, I'd like to say congratulations to the honor graduates, and it's quite an accomplishment. And one of the things that I was listening to was about the teachers, because I have to tell you and talk about feeling old. I could tell you today who my senior English teacher was at John Yates High School, and I credit him with a lot of what I've been able to do in life. And it is true, I want to say the same thing as Board Member Jenkins, you know, the positivity coming out of all of these people, that's what we need. We need more and more people to feel positive, to act positively, and to get through this difficult time, and to have this many honor graduates is really an amazing feat. So I'd just like you to say back to each and every one of them, congratulations, we're proud. And you know, my husband and I were talking the other night about investing, and where do you invest? I think we were just looking at the biggest investment that the city of Suffolk has. So thank you so much.
I know that I know a lot of faculty at Lakeland High School, and I know that they invest a lot in their students. They're a great faculty, and I know that these kids really love the family feel at Lakeland, and I think you can see that by their comments. And so I want to say congratulations to all of you. I think you will miss Lakeland, because I know it's like a family, and I know everyone feels that way. And you can be proud of what you learned there. I think you'll do very well going forward, so congratulations.
Thank you again for all that you've done, the faculty, the staff, the parents, and of course, especially our wonderful students in Suffolk Public Schools and the Lakeland Cavaliers. We're very proud of you. Thank you again for being here, and we're going to take a break right now until our 7 o'clock meeting. Thank you. and welcome to our public budget hearing. We'd like at this time to hear from the public with regard to our budget. Over the months, we've heard from the public. We've tried to get input from the public with regard to the comments on the budget. We're going to take care of one detail at this time. We've asked all of our members of the public, our staff, all of the persons who are visiting at this time to wear your mask. We're going to ask you to continue to wear your mask throughout the meeting. Anyone who is not wearing a mask will be escorted out of the building because they are required. We thank you for your cooperation. At this time, it's for the safety and health of all persons who are here. Madam Clerk is going to give you some directions with regard to speaking, and we're going to move forward. Persons have signed up, and I'm going to call your names after she gives you some directions. Thank you so much for your cooperation. Madam Clerk.
It is the intent of the school board to ensure that the affairs of the board be conducted in an open and orderly manner, that all persons desiring to address the board are afforded an opportunity to do so. Any persons addressing the board shall, 1, confine their comments to matters germane to the business of the school board. 2, refrain from words or statements which, from their usual construction and common acceptance, are construed as insults and tend to incite violence or breach of the peace. 3, refrain from obscenity, vulgarity, or other breach of respect. 4, comply with the time limit for public comments as set by the board, which can be up to 5 minutes unless the board, through the exercise of its discretion, decides to allow less than 5 minutes for public comment. 5, refrain from cumulative or repetitive remarks. And 6, refrain from making any comment regarding any pending student discipline or employee grievance matters. The appropriate forum for such matters is the applicable administrative hearing provided by state law or, where appropriate, court proceeding. The school board welcomes comments from the public as appropriate. Board members will listen to public comments but will not comment unless granted permission by the chair. The chairman or presiding officer shall preserve decorum and shall decide all questions of public order subject to appeal to the board. At the request of the chairman, a city police officer shall act as sergeant-at-arms at all board meetings. The officer shall, under the discretion of the chairman or the other presiding officer, have charge of the board chambers, the board conference room, the waiting areas and corridors adjacent thereto, and the school administration building, and shall prevent disorder or interruption of the business of the board. At this time, due to the number of speakers we have listed, each speaker will be allowed 3 minutes to speak. And please, each speaker state your name and address before starting your comments. Thank you.
Our first speaker this evening who signed up is Mr. Glenn McKinney. Mr. McKinney, would you come forward? Mr. Glenn McKinney. Our next speaker is Mr. Timothy Dowdy. Mr. Dowdy, thank you. Yes, that one right there.
May I remove
You
this?
may take it off while you speak. Yes.
Thank you. All right. Good evening, board members, Dr. Gordon, and SPS family. Thank you for this opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Timothy Doty. I am the emergency medical technician, or EMT, instructor at the College and Career Academy at Prison. Last summer, we applied for a grant to purchase an ambulance simulator to upgrade and branch out from traditional teaching methods. We did not receive that grant. However, you came through for us. Through appropriation of funds, we were indeed able to get the simulator for the benefit of SPS students. This simulator mimics the unique challenges of performing in realistic working conditions while learning to overcome environmental distractions. The open design allows students the opportunity to observe the advanced high-fidelity simulations and learn from each other. as well as myself. Studies have shown that this type of hands-on training helps reduce medical errors, it boosts knowledge retention, and improves performance in real-life emergency scenarios. I am confident the acquisition of this ambulance simulator will better prepare our students to enter the workforce and to serve our region as emergency medical personnel. For any additional information, we encourage you to visit our website at ccap.spsk12.net so you can see the simulator in action once our students return to in-person learning. Again, I want to thank the board and SAO for your dedication and commitment to our students and to our program. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Sarah McDonald.
Good evening, Dr. Gordon, Madam Chair, all school board members. I am Sarah McDonald, the Biomedical Sciences Program instructor. I'm very excited to be back in the classroom, and I'm delighted to tell you about the new technology my students will be using. My students perform many labs and activities that are very heavy on human anatomy and physiology content. PLTW provides amazing curriculum, which is the information that the students will learn, and they have never been exposed to this type of curriculum before. These are more advanced and extensive concepts, and they require many visual enhancements. Z-Space is this enhancement that will augment my curriculum. Z-Space is a virtual learning tool that combines elements of augmented reality and virtual reality to create an immersive and interactive learning experience. These laptops are specialized to work with various applications that will help my students tremendously, especially coming into this new learning environment. The Visible Body Human Anatomy Atlas is filled with anatomical models. Students can search the body systems and highlight specific areas in these models and customize information to suit their educational needs. This app provides 3D animations, including all cellular processes and additional pathology. The Z-Space app allows students to conduct specialized labs. They can build presentations with access to amazing 3D models and other amazing images. The VivEd Science app can help students with their dissections and other labs. During this transition to hybrid instruction, this technology is essential for my classroom. The biomedical program relies on many costly consumable supplies. These supplies create labs that create quality and educational experiences offered to the students in this program. The benefit of this is the success of our students in the program and beyond. Our students are more prepared for the rigors of college. My prior students that have completed the program tell me that they're ahead in their labs in college. The equipment and supplies are necessary. I appreciate that Suffolk Public Schools is constantly updating and providing advanced technology to enhance learning. My program is an example of this. SPS provides hands-on, real-world experiences for biomedical science. I want to thank the school board for the support and for the funding for the biomedical sciences program. I ask that you continue this support, and as always, when it's safe to come back in 100% in-person instruction, I invite you to come see these amazing students in action. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ashley Nettles and Cynthia Devers, or Devers. Thank you.
Good evening, Board Chair Brooks-Buck, Vice Chair Byram, board members, and Superintendent Dr. Gordon. My name is Cindy Devers, and I am here with Ashley Nettles, and we are teachers at Elephants Fork Elementary. We are here tonight to share with you the opportunities that have been provided to our school, teachers, and students through the use of funding and grants provided by SBS over the last few years. Over the years, Elephants Fork has received multiple cosmetic enhancements to make our school a welcoming environment for students and families. In the gym, our floor and curtains have been replaced and now match our school colors. We have upgraded our school-wide PA system. Classrooms and hallways are now adorned with digital clocks that have the capability to display messages to staff and students. For instance, we are now reminded to wear a mask and social distance. Last year, 2 new playgrounds were installed to accommodate students of all abilities. We were able to see students engage in active play more last year than ever before. Last year, we received 10 interactive whiteboards. Our teachers that received them reported more engaging lessons with the ability to interact with their students. We are excited to see more of these whiteboards being installed throughout the building in preparation for our students to return. As the virtual sessions became our new norm, our technology was put to the test. SPS delivered by providing all teachers and paraprofessionals with new Chromebooks to keep up with the demand. We are also excited to be updating our document cameras that will benefit both our hybrid and virtual students. Our funds have also provided our teachers multiple opportunities to attend professional development activities, such as state reading and math conferences, the Children's Reading Engineering Conference, as well as bringing professional development to the building for all to learn. The division has also provided us with SEL training and materials to enhance our morning meetings. These sessions allow our students to build a sense of classroom community, develop citizenship skills, learn how to be empathetic towards others, and teach our students to be respectful of others from different backgrounds and abilities.
If teachers find a need for their classroom, they are asked to let their grade chair know of the need and how it will support the instruction. Grade level chairs share that need with the administration at our school. If administration is able to support school funds and find that it is aligned to the mission, it is purchased. If not, administration seeks funds from central office and grants. For instance, in preparing for students to return, our resource teachers will need a class on wheels. The request was made and our art teacher will have a mobile classroom ready to go when students return next week. SPS provides teachers with a $100 school specialty gift voucher and offers a teacher supply store to help reduce the out-of-pocket cost. Our main focus, our students, benefit the most from the support that is provided. Books have been provided to enhance classroom libraries so that students have access without teachers having to use their own money. Leveled readers have been purchased to enhance small group instruction, and we have also purchased social studies weekly magazines to support both reading and Virginia history. We purchased school subscriptions to Flocabulary and Legends of Learning. Both are sites that provide rich and engaging content for reading, math, and science. We are in the process of purchasing math and science materials to create grade-level STEM kits to support the science and math curriculum. Last year,
your time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. And since there are 2 of you, the last teacher, if you would come forward, you may finish.
Thank you. Last year, we purchased 8 Ozobots, which are coding robots. I have been able to use them to enhance my guided reading, social studies, and math instruction. My most memorable lesson would be from an integrated guided reading lesson, using the book Clara and the Freedom Quilt by Deborah Hopkinson. Students were able to learn about the Underground Railroad and work on their sequencing skills by coding their robot to follow the same path that Clara followed on the road to freedom. With increased engagement, my students were motivated, worked together for common goals, and encouraged each other. After seeing the success of these robots, we have purchased B-Bots and look forward to using them with our younger students as well. We appreciate your support in our building for our school, staff, and students to be the best SPS. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jennifer Connor.
Good evening, Madam Chair Brooks Buck, Madam Vice Chair Byram, Dr. Gordon, and other board members. My name is Jennifer Connor, and I am the proud principal of Nansemond Parkway Elementary School. Tonight, I'd like to share with you my utmost appreciation for the amount of financial support and transparency that we have received from the Division for Instructional Needs, as well as improving the curb appeal of Nansemond Parkway. First, I'd like to outline the numerous improvements that have been done to our school in the past 3 years since I've been principal. 8 brand-new art tables have been purchased for our students. Our entire building was professionally painted this summer. 10 interactive whiteboards have already been installed, 10 more will be installed very shortly, and 10 more over the summer. All student desks in the building were replaced with project learning desks. Rugs were purchased for our early start classrooms. We've removed carpeting from multiple classrooms and hallways and replaced with tile. And lastly, we are awaiting the installation of a new playground. Secondly, I'd like to share with you the funds and resources that have been provided and that are available for our instructional staff. This year alone, we have received $17,285 in allocation funds, which also includes funds for staff professional development. As stated before, each year, each teacher receives a $100 gift card from school specialty to purchase items for their classrooms. Teachers also have the opportunity to visit the SPS Teacher Store to purchase classroom supplies using points. MPES has a math and science lab in our school that has an extensive variety of manipulatives and instructional resources for our teachers. Furthermore, we also have a book room that has a multitude of language arts resources, such as class sets of books and leveled readers. Nansemond Parkway is a Title I school. This year alone, we have budgeted and received approval for over $10,000 to be used towards classroom instructional materials, as well as funds for online instructional programs. Next, I'd like to share with you the processes and procedures that are in place to ensure our teachers receive these instructional materials in a timely fashion and that their requests are acknowledged and fulfilled to the best of our ability. Every October, large ticket budget request items are due to the Finance Department based on school need and staff input. Then, for smaller ticket items, requests are fulfilled using our allocated funds. Purchase requisitions are generated and requested items are ordered as soon as possible. When teachers are in need of instruction materials such as pencils, dry erase boards, dry erase markers, etc., they complete a Google form that was created by a bookkeeper. She receives the form and is usually able to fulfill their request within 24 to 48 hours. As the instructional leader of our building, it is not only my job to ensure effective, engaging, and rigorous instruction is being implemented with our students, but also that my staff has the materials they need in order for this to happen. It is also part of my job to be an advocate for my staff and building within our division. I am confident I've been able to do that through the positive rapport and relationships I have developed with each of the departments. Furthermore,
I'm sorry, your time has expired.
Thank you.
Deborah Wallstrom.
Good evening, board members. First of all, I'd like to say that I have loved hearing our teachers and our principal this evening, and am so encouraged for the good things that are happening with supplies and materials and the Project Lead the Way program and a number of other things. But I don't want that to take away from what we would like you to consider, and that is ensuring that we have a budget that is something that we can look at and see all these great things that are going on, and not wait till a meeting at the school board to discover what they are. In a detailed line item budget, as you likely know, one of the things you can tell is what's going on in the school division. You can tell how the reading program's going or the math program's going. You can tell which textbooks are being adopted. The budget is a planning tool, and as well as one of the most important accountability tools you have. So we encourage you to have detail in the budget for district level projects, for our school level staff, and for our classroom teachers. We promote every teacher knowing before school starts how much is allotted to them for the school year as they come up with needs. And nobody can really anticipate what a teacher who starts in August will have a need for a little bit later in the year, but having an amount there helps them. And that's one of the things that I know I would like to see for our teachers, to supplement what they are already getting from their school allocations. Again, I want to commend the teachers we've heard tonight and our principal, and as well as the staff. I think y'all are doing a nice job with the budget. But I think we could add some things to it and make it one that is the best above the rest. And I know that's something that SPS is trying to achieve. Thank you very much for your time.
Brian Eilenberg. Brian Eilenberg.
Good evening. Thank you for affording me this time to speak to you about a very important matter, line item budgeting. Line item budgeting is still the most widely used approach in many organizations, including schools. It intensifies control and allows the accumulation of expenditure data at every level. However, the Suffolk Public School Board is not using this as their best practice to the full extent that they could be. Line item budgets will help schools understand the income and if it's sufficient to cover all expenses. It makes it possible to know when items exceed the budget or if it comes in under budget. It's not rocket science by any means. A line item budget is relatively simple to create, figure out, and interpret. It's basic data entry that any citizen can understand, I can assure you that. Every year, teachers do pay out of pocket because they don't know ahead of time what can and cannot be funded. Parents, too, are asked to provide certain items that clearly should be provided by the schools. The lack of transparency within the school board is quite appalling, and we can do better. Our children deserve better. The only people who fear transparency are those who have something to hide. In my opinion, it seems that the school board is hiding behind a wall. The school board should be so transparent that we can see through you. If you have nothing to hide, then why not do a line item budget by individual school? Did you know that 76% of teachers and staff and 91% of parents and taxpayers have never seen a budget for the individual school or department? And 81% of those teachers have spent upwards of $600 out of pocket a year for items that the schools should have provided. 72% of those have said that they have been told at some point that there is not enough money in the budget to cover their request. Teachers are operating in the dark. It's not hard to see how unhappy parents, teachers, and taxpayers are. There is overwhelming support and unity for a line item budget across the board. We deserve to know. We can make the Suffolk Public School District the district that parents will move to for their children's education. We, the parents, teachers, and taxpayers of Suffolk, are tired of seeing our children, nieces, and nephews, and grandchildren struggle because the board can't get it together. You would rather fight amongst yourselves instead of fighting for our children. You would rather waste money on foolish things instead of fully funding our classrooms. Our children are suffering due to the lack of tools and resources in the classrooms that could be provided and shown and detailed by a line item budget by individual school. The current vague budget category does not show how money gets from the general allocation to specific expenditures. Even specific cost line items aggregated across the division keep the public from knowing how much money gets to particular classrooms.
I'm sorry, your time has expired.
All right, thank you very much, and I would just want to say the school system should be
Thank
the
you.
pride of Suffolk and not the problem.
Thank you. Have a blessed evening. Next person, Catherine Pichon.
Good evening, Dr. Gordon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and board members present. I'm Catherine Pichon, proud principal of Kings Fork Middle School. I just wanted to briefly share the process that we take to provide teachers instructional resources. Our administration meets with the school leadership team, our PBIS team, and our grade level department teams to ascertain their instructional needs. Then our allocated funds are distributed according to those expressed needs. Teachers submit requests through email based on their instructional needs of the grade level or subject area, and approval is generally granted if funds exist in the appropriate allocated account. If any teacher's dreams or ideas exceed the budget, all they have to do is express those to me. Sometimes I'm able to move funds between allocated accounts, and many times the district central office helps the building with instructional resources. For example, the science department helped us get items like sanitation cabinets and triple beam balances, among other things, and the fine arts department provided funds to repair and replace many instruments. This year has been a little different in regards to budget requests, just because teachers haven't really asked for as much, likely due to the instructional setting, the virtual setting. Also, some items have been sold out everywhere, like document cameras at the beginning of the school year. Or some of what has been requested is not as typical as you would likely see. For example, when we brought students back during SOL testing in January, teachers requested face shields. That's not a typical item in any other school year, but we immediately purchased face shields for teachers. Another item that may not be likely, our band teacher requested puppy pads. Of course, I have to inquire, what do you need puppy pads for, to make sure that that is instructional. And it was so that there was a sanitary way to dispose that the students could put the spit that comes out of the instruments. So we purchased puppy pads. So basically, we do have the absolute best teachers in Suffolk Public Schools, and they do a wonderful job of ensuring the instructional resources they are requesting are aligned to what is being taught. And they truly do appreciate all of the new instructional technology that's being provided by Suffolk Public Schools, like brand new interactive whiteboards that are being placed in every single classroom in our building. So that will definitely enhance the virtual learning, and we greatly appreciate that. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share.
Thank you. Derek Bryant.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, board members, Dr. Gordon. My name is Derek Bryan, and I'm the proud principal at Kings Fork High School. Today, I'm here to discuss the budgeting process at Kings Fork High School and how we make resources available to our teachers. At our level, teachers have the opportunity to request many different types of resources that make their teaching experiences both effective and memorable for our students. When we first receive allocated funds, they are distributed amongst departments in the school based upon the previous year's spending history. Some questions asked are, which department's teachers requested most funds last year? Which content areas need more materials for hands-on projects? Projects are built in CTE classes, there are science labs to complete, and art requires many materials for what they do daily. During our leadership team meetings, department chairs are made aware that requests will come through them and then sent to the administration. However, before a decision is made about making a resource available to teachers, there are usually a few things to consider. First, how does it benefit the students? Second, is the request aligned with what they are teaching? Will it enhance the learning environment, or is it compatible with the current technology we have? Once it is established that the request will benefit the teacher and the student's learning experience, the items are purchased. However, there are times when funds have to be moved between accounts so teachers get the things that they need. As a result, there are not many times that teachers do not receive the things that they ask for. Oddly, this year, I have a much more difficult time getting my teachers to spend the money that is there for them. I can attest that the teachers at Kings Fork High School do an excellent job of identifying the strengths and weaknesses of their students, along what is required for them to teach, and asking for things that would allow them to teach much more effectively. Personally, as a principal for Suffolk Public Schools, I get excited to purchase things for teachers that will keep their teaching efficient and the students engaged and interested. From colored headsets for my students with disabilities to high-interest young adult novels for English classes, or electronic whistles for my gym teachers to use so that they may keep their mask on. It all makes a difference. I would like to thank Dr. Gordon and his staff at SPS for the resources they have provided, and for me with the ability to provide my teachers with the resources they need to make SPS the best school division in the country. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Miller Carey.
My name is Miller Carey. I live at 1002 MacArthur Drive. It's been very nice tonight to hear the stories of supported teachers and transparency of principals who say if a teacher needs anything, they just come ask me, and I get it. I'm here tonight to tell the rest of the story. We've been conducting some surveys. My friend Breanne mentioned those earlier. When employees of Suffolk Public Schools were asked how often they were told there was no money in the budget for their request, 72% responded they'd encountered this response. That's nearly 3 out of every 4 teachers. More than half of all surveyed responded that this is the regular response they get. That's half of all surveyed, not just half of who encountered that response. Half of all surveyed said that's the regular response they get for any request from a fully funded school system. So many in this system have reached out to me to thank me for standing up for this issue. When paid Suffolk Public School staff began to descend during the daytime hours onto the advocacy page we set up on Facebook, I began to understand why so many teachers came out of the woodwork. This school system is quite aggressive in searching out dissent. Some who came to weed it out were applicants for the formerly vacant seat. Some had aspirations of rising through the administrative ranks, and some already worked in your administration and are regularly assigned to monitor not just conversations on your Facebook page, but apparently on those of advocacy groups as well. No wonder then, when employees of Suffolk Public Schools were asked if they fear retaliation for speaking up on an issue, on this issue, 80% responded yes. That's a full 4 out of every 5 of your overworked, underappreciated professionals. 4 out of 5 fear punishment for blowing the whistle on how you run this school system. What kind of work environment do you think that creates? And a similar, overwhelming proportion of those professionals support what I'm here for tonight, a line item budget showing them at the beginning of August how much money is available to them for supplying their classrooms, for teaching our children. 81% more than 4 out of every 5. And guess what? 86% of parents and other stakeholders want it this year. That's a lot of agreement across this city. The writing is on the wall, Madam Chair. The writing is on the wall.
I'm sorry, your time has expired.
Mr. Carey, I have a question.
Are you allowed to address me during my comments?
I'm running.
I think your rules say that you can't, but I'm glad to take one.
I'm sorry, Mr. Carey. I'm running the meeting, not you.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Let's have it.
How many people participated in your survey?
I don't have that number with me right now.
I didn't think so. Thank you very much. You're dismissed.
Okay, thank you.
Percentages are wonderful. Numbers are great. Now I have something to say before we close this portion of the hearing. We have one more person.
Yes, we have Deborah Cleach.
Deborah Cleach, please come forward.
Good evening, school board members. My name is Deborah Cliche. I live at 121 Blessing Circle, Suffolk 23434. I'm not going to talk about the budget. I just wanted to quickly say that I really wish as a school board y'all could work together and
this is the budget hearing.
And be more civil to one another. That is my big request. The last thing, couple things I'll say is that we, the taxpayers, would really like to see a line item budget. We'd like to see civility. We'd like to see the money spent properly, not in frivolous lawsuits. And we're not going to forget this come election time. And I think the way you treated the last speaker was rude, which is not anything unusual. Thank you.
You're welcome, and thank you. As we close this portion of the budget hearing, I'd like to share something with you, because we tend to get misinformation. We tend to get misinformation because I think sometimes people spread it purposefully. I asked our finance director to share something, because when I hear people indicate that we do not tell people what we spend, people have no idea of how we spend our money. People have no idea of what we purchase. And I know it's not true. It causes a great deal of angst for me. Every month, I ask that the finance director share some information with me. And I'm standing here because every month we get a printout of everything we purchase in the school system. Every board member gets it. It is posted on our website for everyone in the public to get a copy of. Everyone. It is available to anyone who prints our agenda off. Everyone. It says every pencil we buy, paper clip we buy, trip we go on, person we hire, every detail. This is a year's worth of what we purchase. We have hidden nothing from anyone. When we speak to transparency, we mean it. We are serious. We have no need. These are public funds, and we keep no details from the public. It bothers me a great deal when people come before me and indicate that we keep secrets from the public. There is no secret here. The details are here. All you have to do is go online and get it. The principals and teachers who came before you didn't come before you because they were coerced to do so. When someone tells me that 81% of a number, and we don't know what the number is, said something, and I ask you what the number is and you can't recall it, I'm concerned. 81% of 10 is 8 and something. Okay? I don't know what the number is. We have 2,000 employees here in Suffolk Public Schools. If you are interested in what we do with your money, please go online. Print off the agenda for tonight, the whole thing. You will find all the forms that we got. You will also find clearly everything that we purchased for the month. It's available. It's online. We have had a clean audit for more than 10 years. The auditors are hired by the city of Suffolk. We don't hire them. We don't employ them. We can't even question them. They come back and tell us what they found. Our finance department has had a clean audit for more than 10 years at this point. I'm sorry. It troubles me when people attack our employees. I have no problems with attacks on me personally. I'm a public official. People do it all the time. But for people to attack my employees who work constantly for less than what I believe they're worth, it really, really bothers me. Really. And there is no need. If you want to know what we bought, it's available online. If you need help using the computer, call us. We'll help you find it. But it's available, and there's no need in being dishonest about it, because that's basic dishonesty. Thank you. We're finished that portion of the meeting. We're going to break for about 5 minutes, and we'll begin the next portion of our meeting. Thank you.
sportsman was going to get up and give it.
Thank you. We're going to call the meeting to order. At this time, Mrs. Mayo, would you lead us in the pledge?
Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The pupil personnel report at this time, Madam Vice Chair.
I move that we approve the pupil personnel report as presented.
We have a second, Madam Clerk.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins? Board Member Johnson?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
Yes.
Vice Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
At this time, we'll have the, we need a motion for the approval of the personnel report.
I move that we accept the personnel report as stated.
I second that.
I'm sorry, who second?
I did.
Okay. Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Johnson?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
This is just the personnel report.
Yes.
Board Member Story?
Yes.
Vice Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
We have personnel action 20-21/1. We need a motion.
Madam Chair, I move that we accept the recommendation of the superintendent on personnel action 20/21-1.
We have a second.
Second.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Johnson?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
No.
Board Member Story?
No.
Vice Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Now we have the approval of the agenda.
I move that we approve the agenda as listed.
I second the motion.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Johnson?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
Yes.
Vice Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
At this time, do we have any citizen comments on agenda items? Do we have anyone signed up? Okay.
We have one letter, Madam Chair.
Okay, would you read that letter?
Please read this at the March 11th school board meeting. Thank you. To the chair of the school board, Suffolk Public School Board, dear Chairwoman Brooks Bucks and the Suffolk School Board, as a citizen of Suffolk, I have seen the huge amount of time and money spent on legal cases, in particular those concerning my Bureau Representative Sherry Story. Under the guidance of your school board attorney, Mr. Waller, you have spent at least $100,000 of taxpayers' money and tons of time toward achieving an unmet goal. This includes all the time and effort towards the workplace complaint that result in basically nothing. From reading it in the Suffolk News Herald, most of that complaint was comprised of spiteful and petty whining, especially on the superintendent's part of not wanting to be held accountable. Basically, the school board has lost 2 FOIA cases, even though one is still pending in appeals. If you lose that one, how much more money will that end up costing us, the taxpayers? It seems apparent to me that it is time for this board to receive better attorney advice and leadership. It is time for a change. How much more proof do you need? It is obvious to outsiders that many of you are just trying to protect a friend at a huge expense to not only the taxpayer, but to the school systems and the students. The loss of time and money on these legal matters, all carried out under his guidance, represent huge losses to the district. The taxpayers have lost, the kids have lost, and the city has lost. And by now, what is the board's insurance company thinking? I'll bet they aren't too happy. In the real world, if I kept tuning in these kinds of claims regularly, I'd be dropped or my premium would be really spiked at the very least. Adding up the attorney's salary and benefits from the budget and including all the costs of the legal fees that have been negative under his guidance, I say it is time for a change in counsel. Dr. Brooks Bucks, as the chair now and vice chair last year, you are responsible for these poor choices that continue to get this board into legal jeopardy. It's painfully obvious that the board must not have followed FOIA in the past, since it appears to be foreign to all of you now. Dr. Brooks Bucks, stop the FOIA violation, stop the prejudice towards our Bureau Representative Sherry Story, stop wasting taxpayer dollars, and start focusing on students. That is what your job is. If you would pay as much attention to students' learning, if you paid attention to all this other hateful, deceitful stuff, the school might actually improve a little. As it is now, the Suffolk School Board is not doing its job and is preventing improvements to how it operates due to your self-preserving maliciousness. Sherry Story deserves a medal for what she has endured for simply trying to get the board on the right track. Hilly Pockerton.
Thank you. Dr. Gordon, it's time for the good news report. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to call to the podium Ms. Antoinette Ward, our Community Engagement Officer, to discuss many of the great things that are happening in Suffolk Public Schools, especially related to Music in Our Schools Month, and some exciting features that we have with one of our elementary schools on a new station in Richmond. Ms. Ward?
Thank you, Dr. Gordon. All right, good evening, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the board. Last month, during the month of February, SPS celebrated Black History Month, and this month, March, has been designated as both Music in Our Schools Month and Youth Art Month. To begin tonight's good news report, we will recognize students from the John Yates Middle School and Colonel Fred Cherry Middle School virtual choir. Students from both of these schools collaborated on The Road to Freedom, which is a project in honor of Black History Month. They rehearsed or recorded songs virtually or created visual art inspired by the civil rights movement. Here's a brief video highlighting some of the musical talent that we have here in Suffolk Public Schools. John, if you could go ahead and start that for me, please. We're just going to listen to it for a few moments. All right, thank you, Mr. Littlefield. So there, as you can see, we have kind of a compilation of the music and the art to go with it. So we should certainly be proud of our students. If you do want to see the entire video, it is posted to our SPS Facebook page. All right.
right, congratulations as well to the following SPS vocalists who auditioned virtually for district recognition and have qualified for the All Virginia State Auditions, one of the highest honors for choral education students. So from Lakeland High School, we have Jashanti Bryant, Ashayla Figs, Shelby Staudenbroch, Trinity Whitehead, and Izzy Winston. And from Nansemond River, we have Kendall Arrington, Imani Beeman, Anaya Foster, Layla Gaddis, Nathaniel Holloman, Sydney McGowan, Maya Paraska, Ryan Pipkin, and Brandy Williams. All right, several students from Suffolk Public Schools were selected to be exhibited in the very competitive Exhibit of Excellence art show at the Suffolk Art Gallery. This show is one of the biggest competitions we have here locally. There are 107 artworks submitted and only 84 were selected for the show. This year, we're proud to say that out of 17 Nansemond River High School submissions, 15 students were selected. Congratulations to the following warriors: Hannah Arnold, Ashanti Beal, Cyrus Corneja, Megan Krob, Carolyn Morris, and Olivia Taylor. Our Jurors' Choice Award recipients are Natalie Mahler and Parker Foreman. And a special congratulations to Lily Kirk, who impressed a patron to purchase her artwork right there on the spot off of the wall. And continuing with our theme of music and arts and youth art, music in our schools and youth art month, we'll recognize the winner of the STEM logo contest. So the STEM department held a contest for 6th to 12th graders on creating a new division logo for STEM, and the winner was selected from Nansemond River High School. Her name is McKendra Crosby, and you can see an image of her logo design there at the bottom of the PowerPoint. Very creative. Emery McGee, a 4th grader at Kilby Shores Elementary, recently represented the city of Suffolk at a national art convention. Her drawing for the Virginia 2021 Flag Design Contest won first place in the state. Ms. Angie Salerno, the art teacher at Kilby Shores, has been a member of the Virginia Art Education Association since she started as a student teacher 28 years ago. For the past 10 years, she has entered students' work for the Virginia Flag Design Contest, but this is the first year that a Suffolk student won. The Virginia Flag Contest happens every year for the National Art Education Association Annual Convention, which is held March 4th through 7th for Youth Art Month. Each state holds its own contest, and each winner gets to represent their state with their unique flag design. But of course, this year, the event was virtual, so the drawings were showed on the screen instead, but the theme for this year was Art Connects Us. And both Ms. Salerno and Emery were featured in an article in the Suffolk News Herald. And the spotlight is on Florence Bowser Elementary again this month. For World Read Aloud Day, Karen Childs, one of Florence Bowser's granddaughters, shared a special story with SPS. And last month, another one of her granddaughters, Kim Martin, was featured on WTVR CBS for a Black History Month series, where she highlighted her grandmother's achievements and legacy in Black history. A quote in the article from Miss Martin reads, "My grandmother's story is definitely Black history, but more importantly, I feel like it's American history. There's a school in her honor that still stands. Children of all backgrounds, races, and religion attend that school. So her work not only helped the Black and African American community, it helped all communities." All right, and we want to recognize the DECA chapter at Nansemond River High School, their advisor, Ms. Candace Creedle, the NRHS DECA co-advisor, Ms. Michelle Duncan and Ms. Renee Parker. And we'll recognize the chapter for the Certificate of Achievement presented to Nansemond River High School for participation in Virginia DECA Day activities, celebrating DECA history and potential. 2021 State Leadership Conference Annual Report, Blue Chip Award to Nansemond High School. And here you can see the list of names of the winners in each category. First place, Ms. Tiara Whitfield, her category Human Resource Management. First place, Ms. Michaela McNeil, category Principles of Marketing. Second place, Ms. Lemariana Jordan, Principles of Business Management and Administration. Second place, Ms. Nakaya Scott McCoy in Entrepreneurship. And then advisor recognition, Ms. Candace Creedle, 2021 Outstanding DECA Advisor, Mrs. Michelle Duncan, 2021 Outstanding DECA Advisor, and Mrs. Renee Parker, 2021 Friend of DECA. All right, and of course, as always, we have our teacher spotlights. Today, we'll do the month of February. To begin, we have Frida Kaysen, a reading teacher from Creekside Elementary, who is recognized for having a passion for literacy and creating a virtual bookshelf that provides students with a monthly collection of read-alouds that can be shared with their families. Daniel Gatson, a Virginia and U.S. history and government teacher from Nansemond River High, for supporting students who are currently enrolled in an Edgenuity government course. Mr. Gatson is also a building leader who seeks new opportunities for his professional growth as an educator. Kelsey Hamby from Colonel Fred Cherry Middle School is recognized for engaging her students in instructional best practices through the engineering design process. Jennifer Hensler from Colonel Fred Cherry Middle School is recognized. During her Spanish 1 class, Ms. Hensler excels in using interactive technology during live conferences. She weaves cultural topics into her world language lessons to ensure that students receive both the Spanish language and understand the culture of the people. Kimberly Petrosky from Elephants Fork Elementary, she's an early start teacher, is recognized for creating engaging instruction that includes singing, dancing, family projects, hands-on opportunities, and more. She also mentors a student teacher, assists with the curriculum team and steering committee, and is the grade level chair at Elephants Fork Elementary. Rebecca Sitarsky from Booker T. Washington is recognized for encouraging flexible thinking and building meaningful relationships with her students during virtual instruction. Ms. Sarah Smith from Nansemond River High School. Ms. Smith has been teaching health and physical education and driver education for 21 years, and she is an SPS graduate. Additionally, she is a certified athletic trainer for the Nansemond River sports programs and serves as the Health and Physical Education Department head. LaVon Williams from Colonel Fred Cherry Middle is recognized for inspiring her students to be creative and expressive in art class. And Kenneth Workman from Kings Fork High is recognized for encouraging his students in authentic learning experiences that spark student curiosity and interest. We'll highlight a few grants one grant that we received. The Food and Nutrition Services Department was awarded $5,000 from the
School Nutrition Foundation. The money will be used to buy breakfast carts to use for feeding students upon the reopening of SPS schools. So you all should see a few photos come out on Facebook and our other social media sites highlighting these cards once they are put out for use. All right, that concludes the good news report this evening.
Thank you. Mr. Superintendent.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ward, for their outstanding. As everyone can see, even during a pandemic, there are outstanding things happening in Suffolk Public Schools. So proud of the work done, the recognition for Florence Bowser. Mr. Gatson, that was highlighted in our teacher spotlight, actually interviewed me for his class. He is definitely an administrator in the making. So proud of the work that he does at Nansemond River High School. I wanted to go over the calendar of special events, Madam Chair and the board, as well as give a few opening comments as we prepare for our students to come back to school next week. As Ms. Ward mentioned, this is Music in Our Schools Month, which you saw a lot of the great talent that we have in our school division. It is also Women's History Month. This is also VSBA Equity in Education Month. Equity is very, very important here in our school division, and we have some upcoming presentations relating to that in the very near future. It's also Youth Art Month. And I also was notified today that the First Lady of Virginia, Ms. Northam, and Secretary Otif Carney, Secretary of Education, will make a visit to Suffolk Public Schools on Wednesday, March 17th, at a school to be determined. Based on the email that I just received, I'll be working with Ms. Connor to select that, so we will definitely send an email out inviting the board to join us. We love it when we're getting recognition from the state as they're looking forward to observing the transition of students returning to school in the face-to-face setting. I know our students and our staff are probably looking forward to the upcoming spring break on April 5th through the 9th. Media Specialist Appreciation Day will be April 6th, and our next school board meeting will be April 15th. Madam Chair, we just want to take a few moments to briefly discuss our upcoming return to school. There is exciting times, as you've heard from Ms. Ward, here in Suffolk Public Schools. For the first time in about a year, we will have the majority of our students back in our schools for face-to-face instruction. I know that our entire school community has heard me say that even though we are excited to have our students back, and I know that our staff has worked extremely hard to prepare for this date, we must remember that things will be different. A few things are non-negotiables for health and safety. Number one, everyone must wear their masks. This includes no mask swapping or trading for our elementary students out there. Number two, please practice social distancing and do not gather. We are confident that our staff will also model this expectation for all of our students. Number three, wash your hands and use the hand sanitizer. This is another layer of protection for everyone. Our building staff will review all these procedures and more during the first week of school. For all of our parents and guardians, please keep in constant contact with your student's teacher and building level leaders if necessary. I need to ask for everyone's patience and understanding as we readjust back to the routine of face-to-face instruction, bell schedules, switching classes, etc. I am sure that everyone is excited as I am about our hybrid models as we work towards closing out the school year on a strong note with some sense of normalcy. Normalcy is what we all need as a part of being a member of society and the great Suffolk community. Our students have been through a lot and need our support right now more than ever. Our students and staff have displayed great resilience, and I believe they are prepared for March 15th and March 22nd for our secondary students. Now, I am well aware that some of our individuals and our constituents disagree with how things are done in Suffolk Public Schools, and that is okay. However, I want to be clear here in saying that just because you disagree does not mean that how things are done is wrong. I think sometimes people forget that when Mr. Riddick, Ms. Mayo, Ms. Jenkins, and Ms. Story joined the board 6 months later, it was announced that the school division was fully accredited. This was due to all the hard work from our teachers, parents, students, and staff. Everyone was a piece of the puzzle for that success. A lot has happened since then with a change in leadership, new students, new staff, and of course, the pandemic. It is our job as adults and stewards of the school division to make sure that we support our students and staff more than ever now and to stay positive about our school division. I took an oath on October 11, 2019 to abide by the Code of Virginia and to do everything in my power to protect Suffolk Public Schools. So I have to ask why some believe there is an issue with Suffolk Public Schools. I sure hope that the perception isn't that there are individuals that have the intention of turning the school community against the school division. I ask today that if there are any personal agendas or concerns, that we set them aside so that we can focus on the reopening of school and our kids. Now, every day, probably multiple times a day, many people send me emails wondering how we do it, wondering why it seems that some people believe that we do not get along, and that some people attack the school division because of the color of their skin. Sometimes people do not want to talk about race, but sometimes we have to. One of the things that I try to teach our administrators is to develop a root cause analysis for solutions as a part of the school improvement process. So what is the real issue or root cause of why our school division sometimes seems to be a target? Maybe the issue for some is that the majority of the people that sit on the board are women. This is Women's History Month, and just last week we celebrated International Women's Day as Dr. Rice reminded the entire cabinet. I am proud of the fact that all of the chiefs in our school division are women, and each of them are the experts in the field and are great at what they do. We have an outstanding staff here in the school division, and we all have one purpose, and that is to teach and mold our students to the best of our ability. We are all partners in this field of education. I also wanted to make it clear that the school board and city council are partners, not our boss, not our parents, but colleagues. For years, we have worked extremely hard to develop a positive relationship with city council. This may be a part of the reason why we have recently built beautiful schools, such as Colonel Fred Cherry and Florence Bowser. We built those schools together, and it happened under the leadership of a person that we welcome with open arms, our newest school board member, Linda Johnson. The building of these schools is a great example of what happens when people work together. I really enjoyed working with Mr. Pat Roberts, former city manager, and current city manager, Mr. Al Moore, where we are working together in regards to our capital improvement plan, technology infrastructure, and the overall needs of the school division. That is what collaboration is all about. Right now, we have asked the city for $3 million in additional funds in order to invest in the needed positions for this school division and to continue to improve our teacher salary scale and support scale in order to be competitive in our region. Ms. Forsman, who is the guru, will explain this in greater detail this evening, and it is imperative that everyone understands that when words such as demand are used, it is more about control and power instead of teamwork. Do we really want our teachers to believe that there was an intentional fracturing of the relationship with city council by individuals with their own agenda, and it cost them their raises and additional supports that we included in the budget? I'm hoping that we can all stay positive and work together. I know that for years there have been a push to ensure that we have people comment at the budget public hearing. Tonight, we had several people that spoke today, including employees who actually work for the school division. I hope that everyone in the public now sees that teachers do receive what they need for their classrooms, and that teachers and administrators work together in supporting students and resources for instructions. Our teachers can speak for themselves. In the Educate and Innovate survey that Dr. Branch will present later today, our teachers prove that they do not have a problem informing us of what they want. Our teachers let us know that they want more professional learning for Canvas and creating better, engaging lessons. So tomorrow, the professional learning series that is led by Dr. Culp will focus specifically on that. For our school community out there, this is how it works. There is two-way communication in our school division, and we continue to find ways to improve instruction and support our staff. Everyone has a role to play in our school division. Students must come to school every day and be willing to learn new information, increase their knowledge, and show mastery of skills that will make them productive members of society. Teachers are to use effective instructional pedagogy, support the emotional, physical, and intellectual development of students, and collaborate with parents, colleagues, and the administration to meet the goals of the school division. Administrators are to lead their respective buildings, departments, and areas of expertise while managing finances, promoting health and safety, and being the necessary conduit between parent, student, and teacher. School board members are elected officials that are responsive to the values, beliefs, and priorities of the communities and collaborate with schools, staff, and stakeholders. There is that word again, collaborate. Not dictate, not demand, not order. I am asking that our school community focus on the task at hand. Suffolk Public Schools is focusing on the impact of virtual learning for the first 24 weeks of school, re-gauging learning loss since March 13th of 2020, preparing for upcoming statewide assessments that we have to take, developing a comprehensive summer series to assist in preparing our students for next school year, planning both an in-person and virtual graduation program, just in case, and obtaining support from our partners in local government to support our proposed budget that clearly outlines the needs of the school division. We are not focused on personal vendettas, groups that attack the school division, or lies that are meant to cause division. I made a promise to protect this school division, to tell the truth, to give the facts, and to do anything and everything that we can to make Suffolk Public Schools the premier school division in the country. And we will make it happen. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We are at a point where we need the approval of the consent agenda.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the consent agenda.
I second the motion.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Johnson?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
I abstain.
Vice Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. We are at unfinished business. We have one item, the first item, the update on the approved General Assembly budget and changes in the superintendent's proposed budget.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to call to the podium Ms. Wendy Forsman, our Chief Financial Officer. As the board recalls, when we did the superintendent's proposed budget, that day, new information came out from the General Assembly. And Ms. Forsman promised at our next school board meeting to provide you an update since the calc tool was actually released Tuesday afternoon. And Wendy Forsman came in at 6 p.m. to begin to work on that to have this presentation ready. So, Ms. Forsman?
Thank
Good
you.
evening. Good evening, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, school board members. As Dr. Gordon explained, the state did bring us a calc tool late Tuesday afternoon. So we came in and we worked on the calc tool and began to read up on this budget. Tonight I'm going to, I hope, okay. I hope I'm going to give you the presentation on the changes.
We have some, we were given some printed things.
Okay. This is the update from the General Assembly. Again, the focus remains on students, teachers, support staff, and SPS efficiency and effectiveness. Those are our focused investments. And again, we are committing to use our money to make use for future benefits and advantages. Again, we're going to talk about what we did current year, so the current fiscal year, which is the first year of the biennium. You can see the raises that were given to teachers, bus drivers, support staff, and that we added one position last year. Now, when we spoke last time, I told you that the General Assembly had approved a 5% raise to be paid out over the biennium. That means current fiscal year 2020, 2021, and 21, 22. In order to receive the money, we have to certify that we've given all staff members a 5% raise over the 2 years. So here are the proposed raises that are the changes to the budget document. Let me back up real quick. You all received the executive summary, again, of the budget document. It is on the website. We will have the full budget book out by Monday. Okay? So you have that information on the executive summary. So the proposed teacher raises for next year would be, for 0 to 10 years experience, a 1% step raise, which is part of the current scale, and then a 2.83% cost of living raise, so the entire scale would change by that 2.83%. So the total raise for teachers with 0 to 10 years experience is 3.83%. For those teachers who are 11 to 34 years, which is our current step at the top of the scale, they would receive 1.75% step, and then a 2.83% cost of living for a total of 4.58%. For those teachers who are at the top of the scale, they do not step, they would simply get the 2.83 cost of living raise that would allow all teachers on the biennium to have a 7.83% to a 10.58% raise. The reason that we're doing this is because, as you know, we changed our teacher scale last year. When we changed our teacher scale, this is the result for current year. We are still 6th of 11 region 2 divisions in where we rank for our first year teachers' salaries. The current gap between our salary and the division that pays the top is $1,894. This 2.83% investment will keep that gap from growing as other school divisions have to give that same 5% raise over the biennium. Keeping pace with Region 2 is the only way we're going to remain competitive, and it will require that additional investment annually. We stated that last year. We want to make sure that we state that again this year. If we do not make that investment, then what will happen is we will fall behind again. Other proposed raises for 2021-22 include the bus drivers would receive their step raise, so over the biennium, they would have had a 15% raise. For support staff that are not phasing in, they would see a 2.5% plus a 1.5% for a 4%. As you know, they received 1% for the first year of the biennium. We have to get to 5%. Administrators, the same thing, 2.5% step, 1.5% cost of living for a total of 4%. So that all support and administrators that are non-phase-in support and administrators would receive a 5% raise over the biennium as required. For our phase-in staff, grades 7 through 13, we would raise our minimum wage from $7.93 an hour, currently our lowest one, to $13.84 an hour, and no person in that phase-in would receive less than 5% minimum for the biennium. The raises would be obviously based on what pay band they end up putting them on and what experience level they put them on, so they vary by person. Again, here are the proposed investments in positions. Nothing here has changed. Teacher positions for Nansemond River High School, Colonel Fred Cherry, World Languages, English language learners, information technology resource teachers, special education adaptive PE, a social worker, and counselors at the elementary level. An additional month for counselors at high school, one counselor at each high school. Additional days for counseling at the middle school. ISS monitors at the high school, security guard and crossing guard, a single position that will be shared between Kings Fort Middle and Hill Point, a teacher assistant that will share between Hill Point and Pioneer, a part-time nurse assistant at Northern Shores, an account tech 3 VRS to be shared between human resources and finance, and a technology application specialist. And then, of course, a supervisor of school counselors, coordinator of employee relations, supervisor of student activities and fitness, fine arts and performing arts, and social emotional support for a total of 23.6 positions. That 1.7 million did not change because we already had put them at a step on the scale that won't change. So here's what it looks like now. The operating fund will change to $165,619,936, or by 2.44%. Please remember that that includes in the $161.6 million, the $3.2 million appropriation. The grants fund changes to 22.7, which was the same as last time, and the food service changed slightly to 7.9 million. So the total revenue expected in all three funds is $196,341,884. It's a 7.95% change. As you can see from here, most of it in the grants fund. For the revenue, the governor's budget brought us an additional 2.9 million, so we have 4.3 million as our increase. Again, the city appropriation request is not changing, it's $3 million. I have reduced the reappropriation out of here so that you could see that separately, and our federal miscellaneous revenue dropped by 142,000. So our increases to revenue, $3.9 million. Commonwealth of Virginia invested 4.3 million total instead of 1.8 million. What they had in that was the 5% raise for all staff over the 2 years. And again, we have to certify that we've done that in order to receive all the revenue. Money for holding the division harmless of 1.1 million. An increase for Virginia preschool, an increase for at-risk add-on. They're calling the additional lottery money, they've now changed that name to infrastructure operations per pupil. And that was 204,000 that it increased, but they reduced many other categorical lines to get to that 4.3 million. Again, the City of Suffolk investment we're asking for is $3 million. As Dr. Gordon indicated, that's to keep our teacher scale where it needs to be so that we remain competitive, to provide us some support for the support scale needing to change, as well as the new positions. When we look at revenue of all sources, you can see here the revenue changes. $100 million is state revenue. This is all funds. So that's 52% of our budget now. Federal revenue makes up 13.58% of our budget. The city appropriation drops a little bit to 33.85%, and all other funds 2.13%, or $4.1 million. Major classifications, again, this is how the state requires us to report this. Instruction, 75.78%, or $148.7 million. I'd like to point out the administration and attendance is $3.7 million. That's 1.92% of the entire budget. And again, that's very low considering we look at our surrounding districts and most of them are 2 and above. Health and psychology at $2.5 million, or 1.32%. Transportation at $8.7 million. Facilities and maintenance at $16.5 million. Food services at $7.9 million. Technology at $7.9 million, and I just want to remind you that technology includes instructional technology. The state requires us to report that under technology, as well as the technology department and then administration. There's 3 pages in the budget book that details that out, so that even though the state requires us to report it as a single thing, we felt it was important for the public to see it separately. This is our compensation and benefits. So this is compensation and benefits make up 86.65% of our budget. We are people full, if that's a word, people full. We have to have people to do our jobs. Therefore, 86.65% of all dollars are for people that flow to classroom teachers for salaries and benefits, to TAs, custodians, principals, assistant principals, deans, right at the school level. For expense investments, it's all about staff. Phase in, $1,053,403. Raises for all staff who are not phasing in, $4.5 million. The proposed new staff of $1.7 million make up $7.3 million. These are the numbers you've seen before of all other expenses. Nothing's changed here, so I won't read through these again, but you can see that we reduced those other expenses by $149,600. And here is how it shakes out. Expenditures, staffing and raises, $7.3 million. Operating costs reduced by $149,600 for $7.2 million. Increase in city appropriation requests, $3 million. Increase in state funds, $4.3 million. And a reduction in those federal funds of $142,000, which gives the total increase in the revenue at $7.2 million for a balanced budget as required. Again, we're still working towards next year, which is our next phase 2. We've invested in phase 1. We're going to phase 2 at this point. We've already begun looking at the phase 2 employees. We're looking at their evaluations, the job descriptions, the employee evaluation tool that we showed you, and they're looking at their years of experience in HR. Our next steps for this budget will include a special board meeting on the 25th of March, which we will have a work session on the budget, as well as an opportunity for the school board to approve that budget so that I can have it to the city as required by law April 1st. On 7th of April, the city manager presents the proposed budget for the city, and either late April or early May, they'll have that public hearing, and then the city's required to approve and give us our numbers by May 15th by law. Are there any questions?
Madam Chair, I just got one recommendation. I don't know if this is the proper time to do it, but it's concerning the budget. I just asked that the superintendent and Ms. Forsman in the board to consider a line item for any fees or legal costs not covered by insurance in our budget packet going forward.
We will have that work session on the 25th, but if I understand, we talked about that, I understand you have to work on that date.
Right.
So if you would like to just send me an email or text or whatever and give me anything, I will make sure we discuss that during that work session as well.
Thank you.
Okay?
May I clarify? Or
Yes.
you mean more than the 20,000 that's in the line right now?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we're, okay, more than that, okay.
Thank you. Thank you very, would you like to be recognized?
I'd like to know if we got the community and schools teachers added in.
We hope so, Ms. Story. We hope so. One of the things that we are working on in our conversations with Dr. Sinclair, after you and Mr. Riddick had brought that up in our 2x2 session, is the overall cost. It's actually $60,000. The figure was a little different than what we expected. And then we also were originally discussing multiple schools, if I remember correctly. So soon as we get to the point where the school board is actually adopting the budget, Ms. Forsman knows of the request that came from you and Mr. Riddick. That's one of the topics that we wanted to talk to you all about during the work session, so we can give you the exact figure. That will be something that we are definitely want to be able to add. Dr. Sinclair actually emailed me about that yesterday. Ms. Connor has had some conversations with those elementary schools that you all mentioned. That will be a topic that we want to discuss at the work session.
Questions, board members?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I have a couple questions. As we look through this budget, and I've been kind of researching through some of the things, I'm just learning as I go, but you spoke to the fact that we have been fully audited and unqualified, I assume? So we have a totally clean audit for 10 years. This is a line item budget, just to be clear, because I have read it 3 times, and I believe that you would qualify this to be a line item budget. The other piece I'd say that is Mayor, you, Madam Chair, you alluded to it, but, I was going through this booklet today as to all the expenses for the month, and it was down to $9.99 for some items, tiny little items. Frankly, I've never seen this much detail in a budget. So I just wanted to be clear that, first of all, the audit would speak if there was a problem. The audit would show if there was money not being shown somewhere. And I just wanted to reiterate that. The other thing I wanted to say is, I believe it was alluded to about we're fully funded. I learned one thing in running for re-election and elections over the years, to never say you're going to fully fund, because I'm not sure anybody knows what that means. The needs of the school system will always continue to grow as the school system grows and as things become clearly. I have to say, I look at this today, I taught many years ago, I wouldn't begin to try to be a teacher today. This is so much more technical, so much more difficult. There's so much more advanced learning than was ever there when I was there. And so I just say that to use the words fully funded, you have to be very cautious to that, because again, what is fully funded? Fully funded would mean that we meet every single need, and I'm not sure that will be able to happen at whenever. I don't know how. But so I just wanted to be clear that, I think it's a good budget. I think you've done very well. I've read it twice. I intend to read it again. It's very easy to follow, and it's online. So I just wanted to say thank you for what I consider to be a very well-done budget. And I think you can explain every item very well. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And it has always meant to us, just for clarification, for us in schoolese, fully funded would suggest to us that we asked for $3 million and got $3 million. As you know, last year we asked for a number and we definitely did not get it. So I don't know where the term fully funded came from, but it was definitely a misstatement. Let me put it that way. Okay, it was a misrepresentation. I have some other adjectives, but I'll just use that one for right now. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Forson. Okay, let's go on to the next item. Thank you very much. We have, this is an action item. You have had, reviewed, looked at the Suffolk City Police Memorandum of Understanding. And this is an action.
Madam Chair, I move that we accept the Suffolk City Police Memorandum of Understanding.
I second the motion.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Johnson?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
Yes.
Vice Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck.
Yes.
Motion passed.
The next item on our agenda is under unfinished business. We're setting the date of March 15th, 2020 at 6 p.m. for the special school board meeting at Colonel Fred Cherry Middle School for the budget work session, discussion and adoption of the superintendent's proposed budget for 2021-2022. This is an action item.
Madam Chair, just to clarify, it
Yes.
says March 25th.
I'm sorry, March
Yes.
25th. Did
Just
I
wanted to
say
have that on-
24?
Yeah, you said 15, just wanted to have that on record.
I'm sorry.
That's fine.
I'm sorry. 25th, because we don't want that messed up. Pardon me, and thank you so much, Mr. Superintendent. Set the date of March 25th, 2021 at 6 p.m. for the special school board meeting. May we have a motion?
Madam Chair, I move that we set the date for the special school board meeting at Colonel Fred Cherry Middle School for the budget work session, discussion, and adoption of the superintendent's proposed budget for 21-22 on March 25th, 2021.
Second.
Madam Clerk.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins.
Yes.
Board Member Johnson.
Yes.
Board Member Mayo.
Yes.
Board Member Riddick.
Yes.
Board Member Story.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Vice Chair Byram.
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay. Summer school program, our summer school program.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to call to the podium Dr. Akima Branch, our Chief Academic Officer. She will actually also be assisted by Dr. Davenport, our Director of Curriculum Instruction, and Dr. Ron Lee, our Director of Secondary Leadership, to discuss with you our summer series for our summer school program for 2021. Dr. Branch?
Good evening, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, school board members, and Dr. Gordon. I will be presenting, along with the team, the proposal for our SPS Summer Series 2021 with a theme of innovative instruction for student success. This year, instead of having a one concept approach to summer school, we are looking at doing summer school in a tiered approach. The tiered approach would be based on how we do education. And I think I'm supposed to go through my slides, aren't I? Yes. The tiered approach we feel is more appropriate, especially this year as we are recovering instruction and preparing students for the upcoming school year. We're creating a series where our tiered approach goes into 3 areas. Our SPS Summer Academy, when you hear me say academy this evening, it deals with Tier 3 instruction. Tier 3 is the most intensive instruction. It's where students have failed and have not grasped concepts. There's more support needed, high-level interventions. And so we are creating a level based on failures by the end of the third 9 weeks, or areas where students are really struggling, and creating the instruction that will be aligned for what they need now, in addition to what they are preparing for, so that they are ready to recover instruction as well as be ready for the next school year. The second level, or second tier, would be our normal traditional SPS summer school model. It's where our students come in to get targeted instruction or targeted interventions. They may not have grasped some concepts, but it's recoverable, and they can move to Tier 1 instruction. All of these models are integrated, and our students will be working on skills, again, that they need now, things that they may have missed, plus preparing them for the next school year. Third will be our SPS Summer Bridge program, and that's really where we're looking at enrichment for our students, and that's good for all. It's Tier 1 instruction. It's good for everyone, but we are being more creative with how we're going to approach the Bridge program. And Bridge is just as it states. It's a connection. It's a preparation, taking them from where they are to where they need to be, and I'll explain that more as I go through the presentation. We also have our ESY Extended School Year Program for our students in special education. To give you the program logistics, we are recommending that this be in the hybrid model. As our students are starting on Monday, March 15th, they will be in the hybrid model. We're looking to extend that through summer school. Summer school dates will be July 5th through August 5th. That's Monday through Thursday. Those are 20 days of summer school instruction. Our high school summer school academy will only be 15 days, which is normally our SOL academy, which you are likely familiar with, where students have failed an SOL in the high school. They have failed one of the math, English, science, or social studies SOLs, and they need remediation. We provide 1 week of remediation, and those students are able to retest. They're able to take the SOL, and for some students, that will impact whether they will be able to graduate or not. And so we will be doing that during that 3-week period. 2 weeks will be set aside based on the hybrid model for testing so that we can get all students in. And it may be that a student has more than one subject that they have to retest in. Our locations, when this was created, our initial locations for elementary, we're planning to do all the elementary schools with the exception of Nansemond Parkway Elementary now, based on some facility projects that will be taking place at Nansemond Parkway. We will be using Elephant's Fork and not using Nansemond Parkway and Kilby Shores Elementary School this year for elementary. And this is a change in the summer school program because usually it is held at one school. To provide instruction to all of our students based on the year that we've had and what we anticipate, we are hosting summer programs at each of our elementary schools with the exception, again, of Nansemond Parkway Elementary School and Kilby Shores Elementary Schools. And that's because of facilities projects. The students at Nansemond Parkway Elementary will attend Florence Bowser Elementary School, and those at Kilby Shores will attend Pioneer Elementary School. For middle school, all of our middle schools will be in one place at Kings Fork Middle School, and for high school, all will be at Kings Fork High School. Our ESY program, because of the change, and this was created before that, those changes were made, will be at Elephants Fork Elementary for the elementary program, and for the middle and high school program, they both will be housed at Kings Fork Middle School. And that will be a 4-day program. Those students will come in 4 days of the week and not be on the hybrid schedule. Times vary by level and program. We are going to be in a tiered scheduling, and that's part of transportation to make sure we can get all our students in to their respective locations. Transportation is provided at all levels, and food and lunch, breakfast and lunch are also being provided. And I would like to add that, again, this year, our summer program, our summer series will be free to all Suffolk Public Schools students. Again, our elementary program will be an academy. We've looked at numbers of students who need more intensive support based on numbers provided to us by our elementary principals. We are proposing that they be in the hybrid model as well. This will be an academy. We, again, will be doing more intensive support with those students, focusing on literacy and numeracy. The skills that they have, adding to that to give them the skills that they need for the next grade. It will be Tier 3 remediation with extensive support, and we are integrating those fun activities, those extra enrichment activities into their daily instruction. At the middle school, for our regular summer school, they will have subject areas of English, math, science, and social studies. This, again, is the hybrid model. They'll come in for English and math. If they want to take science and social studies based on a failed class or they need additional support, that will be offered in a virtual model. But English and math will be in the building. They will be coming into the building for those two subjects. Again, our Summer Bridge enrichment, those extracurricular, those fun integrated STEM activities and other areas of enrichment will be integrated into the daily instruction. Our Summer Academy for middle school will focus on English and math. For students who have failed both English and math, our recommendation is for a 4-day face-to-face instruction program. This has an impact for many students who have failed English and math. They may have had areas, other subjects that they were not doing well in, but they will possibly be able to be promoted with successful completion of their summer academy. This is for students who have failed both English and math. Again, summer enrichment will be integrated into the daily instruction. We will not do online offerings for Summer Academy middle school participants. They will need to be in the building. Our Summer Bridge, and I mentioned about the integration, the enrichment areas. At the elementary and middle school areas, we are looking for enrichment facilitators in computer science, fine arts, health and wellness, nutrition, STEM, and world languages. And so, based on previous summer programs, enrichment facilitators would come in and do an activity with students. It's educational, it's academic, but it's also fun and something that they will be able to take with them. It could be from a number of different areas. And so, we are looking to integrate these varied skills on a daily basis, these varied enrichment areas on a daily basis into our summer program. At the high school, the subject areas are our core subject areas, plus economics and personal finance. I've listed for you those areas, those subjects that we will offer. These can be repeat courses, and for English, government, economics, and personal finance, there will be a virtual option for that. Those are some of our largest number programs, and if we are opening it up to students from outside of Suffolk Public Schools, they would be eligible to take those courses as well. Our SPS Summer Academy, I mentioned in the logistics area that was formerly SOL Academy, where students have failed English, math, history, and science SOLs. They have to be remediated, and we're able to retest them during this time. And so those dates, it's an abbreviated schedule for them, total of 3 weeks, July 12th through July 29th. And that is on the hybrid schedule. They'll be coming in for that. And we do propose to have a summer school graduation on Thursday, August 5th, 2021. For the Summer Bridge program for high school, it's different than what we will do for elementary and middle in that we will focus on some of our advanced instruction programs. This is where our students in Project Lead the Way, which you heard mentioned quite a bit tonight, our AP classes, our international baccalaureate, as well as dual enrollment, will come in for preparation for the upcoming school year. They will have intensive instruction, study skills, advancement skills, critical thinking, problem solving, team building. They will be working within their curriculum on advanced skills. And so this will help prepare them for the skills that they may not have received or that they need to be prepared for the upcoming school year. And then our ESY services program, extended school year, that is provided only if the IEP team determines that the services are necessary for the provision of free appropriate public education, or FAP, as you're familiar, to the student, because the benefits that the students gain during the year would be lost or significantly jeopardized if the student does not receive ESY. And just to give you some background, the factors to determine this is not open to all special education students, but for those who may suffer from regression or recoupment, their degree of progress would be jeopardized. Emerging skills would be lost if they did not continue in the program. It will be customized based on their IEPs to meet those students' needs, and there are 2 program options for eligible students in the ESY program. We do have standalone. As you know, we've identified the locations of Elephants Fork and Kings Fork Middle School, but we also will be doing push-in or pull-out services for those students according to their individualized needs. We will be hiring teachers and staff to fill all positions in summer school. We are proposing some incentives for teachers, and postings will go out, it looks like by tomorrow afternoon, for these, based on the recommended proposal. Are there any questions about our proposed summer series?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, this is an action item, as we want to make
All
sure
right.
that the board actually approves this. So that we can
Madam
move
Chair, I
forward.
recommend that we adopt the summer school program for 2021.
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Johnson?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
Yes.
Vice Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. We have the textbook adoption committees.
Yes, ma'am. This is what I'd like to call the Dr. Branch portion of the meeting, as she will do the textbook adoption committee as well as the next item, the Educate, Innovate survey. So I will turn it over to Dr. Branch, and I think she'll be assisted by Dr. Davenport with this.
Good evening. You have before you the request for approval of a textbook adoption committee for science in grades 6 through 8 and AP Science. We recently went through the request for textbooks for science K-12, and we used the state approved textbooks for the majority of our adoption committees. However, when we got to the 6th grade through 8th grade material, what was discovered was that the material was not aligned, because the curriculum in grades 6 through 8 actually builds upon itself towards the 8th grade course, which has an SOL. And there was a limited number of textbooks that had been approved by the state. The committee determined that it was best if we put out for a local adoption to make sure that 6th, 7th, and 8th grade could adopt a line textbook. 6th grade actually only had two choices. And so one of the issues was we wanted to make sure that the curriculum was aligned from 6th through 8th grade. In addition to that, of course, AP textbooks are not approved at the state level, so we need to do a local adoption for AP Science textbooks as well. So we rolled them into one request for proposals. So the committees you have in front of you are made up of all teachers at all levels for 6 through 8, and then all AP Science teachers. All science teachers in the division were invited to serve on the committee. Some had served on the state-approved book committee, so they declined to serve as well, but all teachers were given the option to participate so they could all provide feedback. Are there any questions?
Are you considering ebooks?
Yes, actually, that is part of the request. When we did the state-approved textbooks, that actually weeded out some of the books because we had our technology department make sure they were all compatible before we even brought them to the committee. And one of the parts of the proposal is that they do have to provide an online textbook with the adoption.
Are we still going to buy a gazillion hardcover textbooks?
I'll let Dr. Gordon address that.
Thank you for that question, Ms. Story. No, ma'am, we will not. The ratio we're actually looking for is 75 to 25, 75% of our funds being used for online as well as open educational resources. The 25% is mainly due to some of our students do have a request to have a hard copy, especially when it comes to our special education population.
What does that mean, 20 for the number, 25% of the total number needed is going to be purchased?
25% of the actual funds of allotment. So there won't be a specific number until you actually look at the total number of kids that may have that request.
There's a lot of textbooks sitting around. So I hope we would not overspend on that.
I agree.
Thanks.
Other questions? Okay. This is an action item. Board members, may I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I move that we adopt the textbook adoption committee as stated.
Have a second.
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Johnson?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
Yes?
Vice Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Now, we
Yes,
want to
ma'am.
hear some information about Educate and Innovate. I'm very excited about this.
Very good. And as I said, this is the last portion here for Dr. Branch. We wanted to make sure that we actually took the time to survey 3 important groups of who we serve. Our teachers were surveyed first. Then we wanted to survey students and parents to make sure that we actually got their perceptions on how things went for the first semester of school. And one of the main reasons why we waited to the semester break is because we wanted to make sure that we had enough data and information to be able to share with the board and the rest of the school community. The first 9 weeks for Educate and Innovate, especially the first 3, were really there to make sure that everyone was used to the logistics and to be able to understand how our virtual learning model was going to work, to be able to provide support to students and staff, and also give staff an opportunity to become comfortable with Canvas and our virtual learning platforms. As we moved past that first month, since we basically got into the month of October, then we began to get into the routine. And as we look towards things, especially since we were focused on the student achievement, some of the things you're going to see in the data and the executive summary that was included in your packet is we wanted to make sure that we got feedback from all 3 groups. And the perceptions mean a lot to us, and also provide the teaching and learning team with some direction as we move forward, since we're going to be in the hybrid model for the remainder of the year. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Branch to provide the data.
Thank you, Dr. Gordon, for that background. I actually had those notes on my slide, so thank you for providing that. John. Our survey focused overall in 3 areas: on the Educate and Innovate plan, the benefit to remediation. As you may recall, there was a portion that we have built into our schedule every afternoon, Monday through Thursday, where students and teachers could have a remediation session, and they set that up in different ways. On Fridays, there was also remediation set up, but it could be for one-on-one meetings, it could be for big parent contact, it could be for a number of different things. And we lastly wanted to know about their perception regarding our virtual learning platform. Canvas is our learning management system, and it's new to us. We have a lot of new initiatives rolling out this year. I'll provide for you in bar graph overall information, and then provide you a little bit more detail as we go along. You also have this information in the result summaries that were provided for you for each survey. Overall, 80% of our staff are satisfied with the Educate and Innovate plan. Students, 53%, and parents, 66%. As Dr. Gordon mentioned, we surveyed all 3 groups, and I'll go into more detail with the data and the numbers to correlate and answer any questions regarding our outcomes.
Dr. Branch, you knew that was what I was going to ask you, because you knew.
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Thank you. How many people are we talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very
I'm
much.
prepared to give you that information.
Thank you.
Our virtual learning platform overall, 75% satisfied as far as our staff. Students, 69%, and parents right behind them at 68%. Being mindful that this, again, is a new platform for us, adopted in July, practiced on in late July, initiated with professional learning in August to be implemented for us in September. The perceived benefit to the remediation schedule, 85% of our staff perceived that it was beneficial. 68% equally for students and parents. And Dr. Lawson Davenport will discuss later in our presentation about the perceptions from parents and students. I will be focusing primarily on the staff survey. Our virtual learning platform perceptions, whether it was user-friendly, well-organized, and easily understood, whether problems were resolved in a timely manner, all received positive feedback. 68% of our staff agreed that the platform was user-friendly, and that 74% of those teachers and staff, 74% said it was well-organized and easily understood. But the 82% and the high numbers for the problems resolved in a timely manner was very impressive and spoke highly of our technology team under the leadership of Mr. Littlefield and Christine Lafferty. Our technology team was on spot and on demand for all questions and inquiries and issues with our technology, and we commend them for their work. Students thought the system was very user-friendly, 74%, as well as 65% of parents. And whether that it was well-organized and easily understood, 68% of our students said yes or were satisfied, with 67% of our parents. Now, Dr. Brooks-Buck, we surveyed, and in your packet it is included the numbers per school of every teacher who submitted for this or participated in this anonymous web-based survey. 828 teachers responded. That is an 84% return rate. We did this survey, as Dr. Gordon mentioned, after the second 9 weeks, strategically, to really get their feedback about how the plan was working and how things were going. 80% overall were satisfied with the Educate and Innovate plan. We focused in 6 areas in our questioning: Canvas, the visual learning platforms, instructional delivery, assessment, feedback given to students, that's teacher to student, and enrichment and remediation schedule. There were some very good things that came out of this. What you all did not receive and we have used are the 74 pages of open-ended responses when we asked them for their feedback. We have 74 pages, and we went through those pages and found out exactly what they wanted us to know about our plan. And we used that information, and I'll share a little bit further, to drive our professional learning and our next steps in our planning. Good things and positive feedback, professional development for teacher proficiency. We provided a lot of professional development prior to the start of school to get them up to speed in Canvas, to help them understand. We had some teachers test out the system early so that they became our lead teachers in doing some professional learning at different grade levels, at all grade levels. Courses were provided with content for the first 9 weeks. We were able to provide our teachers, because we knew this was a new platform and they needed time to learn the system and work through it. We provided them 150 courses of content so that they can get through the first 9 weeks. Technology assistance, again, was exceptional. Our video applications options, during the first week in Canvas, the video application system is Big Blue Button. We realized in some areas when teachers were all on with their students that the system was not working, that the students were not able to see, they couldn't hear, teachers couldn't see and hear, and it was in certain areas. And within a week and a half, we were able to procure Zoom, another video application option, as well as allowing them to use Google Meet for their sessions. Giving them those options and allowing them to choose which worked best for them was positive feedback. We did not stick them with one system, and when we found an issue, we were there to correct it. Areas that we recognize from the feedback of improvement. Our Canvas rollout and the preparation, they felt that they needed more time. Again, we started with the system in July. Some of our teachers were able to go in and test, and our technology team had to learn the system. Our instructional team had to learn the system. And then the teachers came back in late August and had to learn an entirely new system in a virtual environment, something very new for them. So we realized that we need to provide, and we did provide more support to them throughout the year. We also have buildings that assigned lead teachers to help with Canvas support within their buildings. And so our teachers have worked collaboratively to help each other and be better prepared. But we did need to work on how that was rolled out, the timeliness of it all, and we are correcting that through professional learning. Teachers want more planning time. Now that we're in the virtual environment and we created schedules for a condensed virtual schedule with remediation in the afternoon, it limited their actual full planning time. So they want more planning time. Plus, on Fridays, we have professional learning every morning, and it could be division-led professional learning from 8:30 to 11:30 a.m., or it could be school-based. So they're asking for more time to implement many of the initiatives and programs that we have out there. And we receive that and understand and are allowing them more time. And they want more virtual instructional support. More specifically, how do you engage your students more? How do you instruct where it's not so much material, but it's more engaging instruction for them? So our next steps and action items, once our teachers only had the survey for 1 week, and that was intentional, so that we could have a quicker turnaround to review their feedback and put some action into place. And so their survey was 1 week, February 5th through the 12th. From that, we created professional development geared from their feedback. And so March 5th and tomorrow, March 12th, we've had division-wide professional learning days where our teachers are working with each other. Last week, we had citywide meetings where they met together by grade levels and content so that they can discuss what they need to do instructionally and some new initiatives. These were teacher-led, and that was some of the feedback we received. They wanted to hear from other teachers how to do this and how to implement different instructional strategies in their classes. And so we developed our professional development, and from here out, our professional development will be based on the feedback provided by our teachers. We are also providing resources and supports to them. If they needed additional information on engaging activities, our content supervisors are working at the subject levels and in their content to support teachers with resources and providing them ways to identify through data the needs of our students. We also are ensuring that their instructional time is more sacred and secure, not pulling them away so much for professional development. We are doing it these 2 Fridays as we prepare for the hybrid return, but we are being very mindful of their increased instructional planning.
I'm going to speak to you about the student survey. We did survey students and parents in addition to teachers. And what you will see here, you can see how many students actually completed the survey. The return rate was a little lower than, of course, the teachers, but we have a 53% overall satisfaction rate from students. One thing to note, of course, we did ask similar questions to what we asked teachers because we wanted to look at the perceptions of each group with regards to each of these items: Canvas, the virtual learning platforms, the instructional delivery, delivery, assessment, teacher feedback that students were receiving, and then the enrichment and remediation schedule. One thing to notice about this is that this was also done at the conclusion of the first semester, and something a little different than what we normally do when we survey students. We included grades 4 and 5 intentionally because, of course, those students are more mature than our younger learners, but we wanted to make sure we were able to capture elementary school feedback as well and elementary students as well in that survey. And so what you can see here is the lower satisfaction rate among students was due to multiple things. One being that, of course, this was a new platform. Many students were very familiar with using the Google Suite and using a Chromebook, but Canvas was an entirely new platform for them. So it did take them a little more time to get acclimated to that. Additionally, virtual learning was new for all of our students, so we are pretty sure that has something to do with their overall satisfaction also. And then, of course, our secondary and elementary students, as you will hear near the end, the return to school is primarily very important for our elementary students. They really like to have that face-to-face instruction. We are finding with the return to school numbers right now that our secondary students are choosing to stay virtual because they are become accustomed to it and have become more satisfied with that type of learning. With the student survey, some of the more positive things is that more than 80% of our students agreed that they were given extra help from the teachers, that teachers were using multiple learning activities, that they were available to answer questions, and that the daily schedule was appropriate for students. One thing I do want to note is that when we developed the schedule, we kept in mind some of the material from the Virginia Department of Education with regard to return to school and some of the guidelines they provided about how long students wanted to be online, how long they were able to be online, and how that schedule should look with regard to screen time. So we were very mindful about that. And so students feeling like the daily schedule was appropriate was important. Additionally, I do want to give a kudos to all of our teachers because the fact that students felt that teachers were able to keep them engaged, use multiple activities, and also were available to answer questions was very important. And we want to make sure that all teachers recognize, and we recognize the fact that teachers made themselves available sometimes beyond the regular work hours for students and responding on weekends just to make sure that students felt like they were able to be heard and get assistance when they needed it. With regard to the student survey, the majority of students felt Canvas was easy to use, and they also felt that their teachers were able to assist them with the platform. And what's interesting here is that was over 74% overall, which you can see in your more detailed data, that after the first semester, they became more accustomed to Canvas. With that, also, the remediation was less than 60%, and we felt that was primarily due to students, one, having some type of Zoom fatigue. They have been online most of the morning, and our remediation schedule did have remediation and enrichment in the afternoon. And so with that, we did set aside time on Fridays. But you will also note that the students that attended did feel that it was beneficial. So we had about half of our students who attended, and half of those students did feel it was beneficial for them to be able to participate in that one-on-one. And in many instances, it was one-on-one because there weren't many students participating sometimes. Areas of improvement as far as our students are concerned, about half of the students agreed that virtual learning worked for them. And part of this, I'm sure, has to do with students wanting to be back in the building, students wanting to be with their friends and wanting to have that interaction. Additionally, students have multiple distractions at home. And as Dr. Branch will talk about some of those issues, the distractions at home tended to be what kept a lot of students from being able to focus in a virtual learning environment. Additionally, some of our students felt it was necessary to have more teacher access, being able to ask a question of a teacher or go down the hallway and see a teacher if you are in the secondary level, and having to wait for a teacher to respond to you also could lead to them agreeing that virtual learning was effective for them. Also, enrichment and remediation was not consistently attended by students. Many teachers made themselves available daily at certain times for students to come and check in. Some students took advantage, some forgot, so it was one of those things where students just did not take advantage of that. Also, assignments that took a little more time to complete. Sometimes students did feel that the assignments that they received were extensive because they were not in the building, and so that was something that we wanted to address as well with teachers. With regard to the parent survey, overall we had 66% satisfaction. You can see the number of surveys that were completed there, and we had a 51% return rate. And I just want to note that these return rates we find are exceptional, especially considering that typically when a survey is done, 20 to 30% is pretty good. So over half of our students and parents responding, I think that speaks well to them wanting to provide us with that feedback. And so here, of course, we asked the parents the same topic. Overall, we did have positive feedback from the parents, as you can see with that 66% satisfaction rate. More than 80% of our parents felt that teachers had been available, and they provided multiple assessments to check for student understanding. And that, once again, goes back to the kudos to the teachers for being responsive to those parents. Additionally, 70% agreed that they provided adequate opportunities for additional student remediation and assistance, and that the virtual learning schedule and the time required for classwork was suitable. And that was important to us because we wanted to make sure teachers were not over-assigning materials, so parents did not feel that they were. Additionally, we thought it was important that we did put some parameters in place for teachers with regard to a 2-week window for making up work to make sure that there was adequate time if students had access issues to the internet, and encouraging retakes and remediation when needed, knowing that there was often some discrepancies in what students felt they understood when taking tests and assessments. Some parent areas of improvement. One was too many applications and platforms for students to navigate. And we had to kind of parse out from the feedback that we received what apps they were indeed referring to. And what we found was that most of our apps that we were providing and our resources that we provided at the district level had been fully integrated into Canvas or had been set up so they worked well with Canvas. A lot of these complaints that parents had to do with apps that teachers may have been using independently on their own that caused students to have to go to multiple websites or things like that. But we tried to be specific in making sure all of the apps that we had purchased at the district level and we were pushing for students to use were integrated within Canvas. Also, there were a few teachers who chose to continue to use outside platforms like Google Classroom, and sometimes that did cause confusion for some parents when they had multiple students who were in the school system utilizing Canvas and some were utilizing Google Classroom. That did cause some confusion. Also, in the use of multiple video conferencing platforms, like Dr. Branch mentioned, we did allow them the choice of Big Blue Button, Zoom, and Google Meet, and some parents did find that different teachers, particularly at the secondary level, using different video conferencing platforms made it difficult for their students to know where they needed to log in and when. Teachers did do a very good job of making sure that that was posted, but I think parents felt having to log into different platforms throughout a day was a little difficult for their students. The other two items here listed, increased teacher live instruction time and timeliness in grading and feedback, that really goes back to administration. One of the things that we did encourage parents to do is to reach out to administration if they felt that teacher live instruction time was lacking. At the district level, we had recommended times that they be on. They had to do at least 30 to 45 minutes, depending upon the level of live instructional time each day, per block, for example. And if parents felt that that was not enough time, they were encouraged to let their administrators know at their buildings so that the administrator could address that with the teachers. And I will say our administrators did address that with many teachers where that was an issue. The other issue was timeliness in grading and feedback. Sometimes, clicking through multiple sites in order to grade materials did become an issue for parents who felt that grades were not being put into the grade book in a sufficient time frame. So we also, administrators, dealt with that by going through grade books and spot checking and doing that and making sure teachers were following through there. And then, of course, the varying course layouts. And Dr. Branch spoke to the professional development that was provided to our teachers recently with regard to January and in March. We addressed how to make sure their courses were outlined and laid out in a way that was effective for parents and students to be able to navigate to them. And additionally, the technology team provided weekly Canvas updates for teachers within the Canvas platform. So every week there was a weekly tip that showed them how to do something like integrating materials or how to do a technology update and things like that. They actually started a TikTok station for, I don't even know if you call it a station, John, but a TikTok for the teachers to be able to learn these tips quickly so that they could be able to make those changes quickly without having a lengthy PD.
Overall, the virtual learning challenges The number one from the survey feedback was student engagement and motivation. Everyone felt that that was the largest challenge of the virtual learning environment. Getting students engaged, keeping them engaged, motivating them to log in, to do their work, and to be in on a regular basis. The second learning challenge from teachers was distractions at home while doing coursework, classwork, and going into some sessions and observing, seeing all that a student had to endure during a class session. Siblings walking around, parents walking around behind them. They may have had an animal, a pet, that likes screen time just as much as they do, so they jump into the lap, and a lot of things going on that kept students distracted. And so teachers said that was the number 2 challenge in overall virtual learning. Parents said that the limited amount of time students have with other classmates, and that goes back to returning to learn, going back into the classroom. And so parents felt that that was a great challenge. The third challenge, our teachers said attendance, students logging in when they needed to and being there. We will address those ways to improve those things in just a moment. But teachers said that if students would attend, then their grades would have been greater, they would have been more engaged and more motivated to continue on. And for parents, it was keeping up with the course assignments. Again, this is a new platform, a new way of doing things in education and instruction, and so that was a bit overwhelming. So our next steps, based on the survey feedback and based on where we are, our students return to learn. We believe that while we will continue with Educate and Innovate, it will be in the hybrid and virtual formats. And students' return to learn will make a difference because from a student perspective, they need to be back in school with their friends and their classmates. Engagement and motivation for students should also increase. There should be greater social, emotional well-being and support. Much of the parent feedback was about students connecting and being happy about being back in school and engaging with their friends. And with the measures we have put into place for SEL, our social emotional learning, we will continue that even in the hybrid format. Improved attendance. And parents keeping up with course assignments. Students will be able to articulate what they are doing in class. And it will not be the navigation. They're more familiar with navigating the system, but they're actually going to be able to contact and reach the teachers, which will be at the schools with the students as well. Are there any questions?
Board members, do you have any questions? Yes, Board Member Shore.
Dr. Gordon, I'd like to ask you, how is the...
Do you have any questions about the report?
I'd like to ask you how Educate and Innovate is going to work during our SOL time.
We have actually been doing SOLs since January.
Right, but when the students are back, how will that work? Because I know a lot of teachers were used, right, that are going to be in the classroom now. So do we have a plan for our Educate and Innovate to, continue with teachers back and with the testing?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll take that one.
Thank you, Dr. Gordon.
Yeah, no problem. So that has been like the million-dollar question, Ms. Story, that we've been trying to count how many classrooms will need to be used. And one of the things that the administrators are looking for is to actually designate some staff that will be coming in on staggered schedules. We're going to have to adjust student schedules during those 2 weeks of testing in May. So it's really going to be not only the 2 days that we're going to still try to get face-to-face, but on some of those days, it may have to be a half day for some students, depending on how many tests. One of the main things that we really need to wait on is to see how many of our students actually opt out of testing. As soon as we get that data and that figure, then we'll be able to determine how many classrooms they will be able to use. So that'll be something we're probably going to try to talk to the board about at the April board meeting. the opting out has already started. And so right now with us, we can't really do anything until we get that number. You know, as the board knows, as the community knows, we've been mandated by the federal government to still take those tests. It's going to take us longer. Normally it's 2 weeks for us to test. It's probably going to take us about 3, because we also want to make sure that we are still able to do our expedited retakes as well.
Thank you. Are there any questions about the report? We're trying to get first, and then if there are questions about other things, well, any questions about the report?
I have a question.
Yes, Mr. Riddick.
In regarding to implementing Educate to Innovate, how many students roughly, let me rephrase, I'm going to say it the way I was going to say it. How many students roughly will retain the same teacher? I mean, is it a big change?
Are you talking about for the elementary level?
I'm talking about all levels, because I've been getting a lot of overwhelming concerns from constituents regarding them having to either change the structure and stuff for what's to be about 7 weeks or so of school until school is over.
Yeah, you take the first part?
Sure. At the secondary level, students will not change teachers.
Okay.
They will not. They are going to remain on the schedule with their schedule that they currently have. At the elementary level, because of the virtual numbers, and if you look at the ratio of teachers, we had to designate, well, the building principals designated a virtual teacher per grade level. And the state has allowed us a cap on how many students can be in a virtual class. And so most buildings have one virtual teacher per grade level. That may or may not be a student's current teacher. However, we have implemented that for the morning meeting where we do our SEL and when they're coming into their meeting circles, that those students will be with their regular teacher. All students will see their teachers, and then they're going to, if they're virtual, they will be going to that virtual teacher for the remainder of the day for instruction.
And just to add to that, Mr. Riddick, because I think I've gotten some of the same emails that you have, one of the things that we've shared with the school community is the current teacher, if there was a change, the current teacher still will work with the new teacher. We've kind of reshaped the professional learning communities so that it's a collab model between the current teacher and if they had to choose for a new virtual teacher. That communication is going to be key because we want to make sure that our teachers can actually share with the new teacher, if there is one, because it's not guaranteed, how the student learns, if there are any shortcomings, anything that is needed for support, anything that the new teacher needs to really learn and know about.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And listen, I'd seen it before. I was really excited about the fact that we had such a great response rate. Because 30% is a response rate that's outstanding for an online survey specifically. And I taught research design, and survey research. So it's an excellent response rate. And I think you guys did a great job in analyzing the data and looking at what we needed to do and how to respond to it. So thank you very much for what you did.
Thank you. And I do want to add that our supervisor of data and research, Mr. Sean Dickerson, is actually the one who put together the entire executive summary. And he provides us with the data as a launching pad. And I just want to thank him for all of his hard work. He actually helped me under the guidance of Dr. Gordon with the questions that were very specific so that we could pull instructional-based questions and get what we need from the survey.
Well, thank you very much. You did an outstanding job. Okay. You get an A+. Okay. Thank you. All right. We'll go on to our next item. And
Yes,
Dr.
ma'am.
Gordon, I think we'll hear from Dr. Rice. Is that
Yes,
correct?
it's Dr. Rice's annual segment here.
Annual segment
for the
on
school board.
where the
She is
disease is going.
Yeah, your monthly segment, I'm sorry. She is our final chief that will speak tonight. The Chief of Administrative Services, Dr. Suzanne Rice, will provide the monthly update to the school board on our health dashboard, as well as the breakdowns of the choices from the students for our return to learn. So, Dr. Rice?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Gordon. Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, board members. As Dr. Gordon mentioned, this is your monthly update. We're going to start by looking at just a reminder for that target zone that we were looking for there in the middle, which was to get below 9 cases per 100,000 and less than 8% positivity. And for the first time, and as long as I can remember, we are in the yellow in one of these segments. So if you look at the bottom there for the city of Suffolk, we are indeed below that 8% mark, so that we are in the yellow finally for the percentage of positivity. And although we are in the red still for that number of cases, it is certainly moving in the right direction, and hopefully it will continue in that manner, because what this indicates, not only in the region but also here in the city of Suffolk, more importantly, the community transmission is decreasing, and that's what we're looking for. As you recall, last month, I brought to you this new piece of data as our secondary metric, if you will, based on the recommendation from the local health department. And this is looking at the number or the percentage of positivity in our school-aged children. That blue line represents children aged 4 to 10, and the orange line represents students aged 11 to 18. The most recent data that they provided for us ends on February 28th, as you can see on this graph here. But I think it's important to note that although it's at the 8% mark or lower, which is exactly what we were looking for with percentage positivity, that the overall percentage of the tests that were taken or given in our city of Suffolk, this is representative of a small amount. So for example, of all the tests that were given, only 1.8% of them were for children ages 4 to 10. And 3.6% were children ages 11 to 18. So it's a small percentage of children that were getting tested, which is also a good thing, because that means that's fewer people that had symptoms that needed to be tested. This is also a repeat slide from last month. You'll notice that we added this because the focus here again is looking at the bar graphs at the bottom. This is the Western Tidewater District Health District, and it's looking at the overall number of cases. Again, this is representing the number of cases that we have had in our district since the beginning of the pandemic. So since last March, these are the overall numbers. And on the bottom there, the dark blue represents our Western Tidewater region, and then also on the right is the Virginia, the lighter blue. The first two bars there represent the age bands that would be for school age. The first bar there represents on both birth to 9 years old, and the second one represents 10 to 19. So again, those are the two bars that represent our school ages. And again, we brought this to you last month to emphasize the fact that some of our neighbors and the private schools in our region have been in school, and so these reflect those age groups that have been in schools in person for face-to-face learning.
This is current, because these
Yes,
numbers
ma'am.
are higher than they were last month.
That was current, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so these are this month, because they were 390.
That's right. This is an
395.
accumulation from the beginning.
So last month, when you gave us this, it was 395, the first one. It was 990-something the second month, so it's gone up a little bit.
It has gone up, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
All right, so drum roll, please. We are bringing students back on Monday. Elementary students will be coming back into our buildings. And I think it's just important to note that just like last March, when we did something very unusual, which was go to completely online learning, we're going to be doing something very similar, which is unusual and unique for us, which is moving to this hybrid model. That means we are going to be looking at 2 cohorts of face-to-face in-person learning groups, and continuing with another group to be online. So we think that we have done all the planning that we could possibly do to prepare for this, and this is looking at the timeline of things that we did in preparation. So basically after that last board meeting, that following Monday the 15th, all of our principals sent out a phone message to families letting them know that they would be receiving an email on the following day, the 16th. That message also indicated that if you didn't get an email by the end of the day on Tuesday, please call the school. They also told them to look in their spam or their trash in their email in case it automatically sent it there. But it was important to note that they told them, if you don't get this email, please call the school. And so therefore, once we closed that on the 22nd of February, we had to give it just a short week's notice because, again, as we reminded you back in January, we really needed that 3-week time frame to do all the planning that was going to be required to get everybody ready. So with the elementary group in particular, we had to make sure that we looked at the number of hybrid students from that change option that they had, the number of virtual students, and then we had to look at class sizes. We had to divide the hybrid into an A and a B cohort, tried to even them out so that we had the same amount roughly on Mondays and Wednesdays and Tuesdays and Thursdays. And then what we also had to do was look at staffing. Do we have space in the classroom for this number of hybrid students, and do we have enough staff to do this in-person learning? And then also, do we have enough staff to do the virtual? Because as was mentioned earlier, we do have a cap. The state gave us a cap for virtual. And we have a cap in our hybrid because of physical space. So we had to look very closely at these numbers because staffing was important. And then, of course, we also still have staff that cannot come into the buildings for face-to-face because of their underlying health conditions. So all of these pieces had to keep moving at the same time, as well as determining who needed a bus and make those bus routes by hand because we couldn't put those into the system that would normally generate a bus route because we had groups going on a Monday and a Wednesday, and a different group going on a Tuesday and Thursday. So a lot of things were happening behind the scenes, so to speak. Then the next thing that we did was create a CCAP survey. We did a separate survey for these students because we felt it was important to get a really clear picture on which one of those CCAP students wanted to be virtual at their base school and then hybrid or face-to-face for CCAP. And so by getting that data, it gave them a clean picture for the high schools on managing how they were going to do their schedules. And then following that, we continued on with the secondary, middle, and high schools, finalizing their schedules so that they could balance their A and their Bs and the number of virtuals. And then making sure they had enough staff to cover classes. Because again, the challenge that they had at the high school and the middle schools was if we have a staff member who could not come into the building, when they have hybrid students or face-to-face students in their classrooms, somebody needs to be monitoring those students while that continuous instruction is happening on the Chromebook. So all of that had to happen in the background. March 3rd then, we were able to mail home the schedules for our elementary students. That would include the hybrid and the virtual. All the hybrid students also got a list of guidelines or expectations, including our safety mitigation strategies. And they also got another reminder about that parent acknowledgement form, that they cannot come into the buildings without that parent acknowledgement form. And we are also tracking the students that have not submitted that at this point, and contacting those parents, of course. March 10th, just yesterday, we sent home the secondary schedules. And again, they got that same set of guidelines and the parent acknowledgement form. We also posted the elementary bus routes yesterday. Those bus routes were tested and tried on Monday and Tuesday with the drivers so that we could make sure we got all the kinks out, and then we adjusted those and posted those yesterday. Our secondary bus routes will then be posted next week on the 17th. So here's the breakout from the learning option changes. You'll notice that we have 56% of our students that did want to come back to the in-person learning, and 44% of our students wanted to remain virtual or online, if you will. In comparison, just for informational purposes, back in November when we had our last survey, we had 64% who wanted to be hybrid or in-person. So you can see it shifted slightly to staying online or virtual. And primarily that was at the high school level. So the breakout was for elementary, 60% of our elementary students will be returning for face-to-face, 55% of our middle school students will return, and 46% of our high school students will return for face-to-face learning. And then this is just a little breakout of transportation. There is the actual number of students that will be returning, 7,500 or so. Of that, about 6,000 will need a bus. That's 78% of those are going to need a bus. And then on the right, you just see the breakout by level. And as you can imagine, we're going to be transporting more elementary students than we are any other group. And that is really it for me this evening. I will open it up to any questions that you all may have for me.
Board members, any questions?
Do we have enough, Madam Chair, do we have enough drivers to facilitate this?
At this time, I am happy to tell you, Mr. Riddick, we absolutely do. Now, if we have too many that are out in a certain day, we may have to do some doubles, but at this time, every run is covered.
While this going on, Madam Chair, we're still going to do the meal preps and
That's correct.
all of that.
That
So
is
it's no
correct, and that
conflict
we've
of
changed that, Mr. Riddick, to a Friday delivery. It's a 5-meal plan, yes.
Okay.
And that's a day that we don't have students, so we're able to do that.
We're able to do that.
I would also like to add, if I may, that wasn't in my report, but I can also happily tell you that 978 of our employees took advantage of our opportunity to get fully vaccinated. That's 47% of our employees that are fully vaccinated, and that's only the ones we know because they did it at our Kings Fork High School site when we offered the vaccine 1 and vaccine 2. But that doesn't count those that may have gotten it, elsewhere. So the number is probably higher, but I'm happy to say that 47% are fully vaccinated at this time.
Thank you. That's wonderful. And I think we have about 99% took advantage of the 1,000 shots that we got. So we're excited about that. We're going to ask for some more, right?
I've already asked for more,
All
and
right.
I will push Secretary Carney when he comes to visit next week for a date.
Thank you. Thank you all, both of you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I had
Yes.
another question. So when we refer to slide 3, and we're talking about positive cases in Suffolk or cases of children being tested,
This slide,
yes, that's given in the fact that our children have not been in school.
Right. Our children have been in school. This is just the ones that have been, and this might not even be ones that have been in school.
Okay.
That's
And at the risk of being noted as negative Nancy or whomever, considering every day I receive an email about non-exposure, but someone having cases or an exposure or sports teams being quarantined, I'm still deeply concerned. I'm not going to ask you all to overturn your decision because I know this is something that the majority has already spoken. But I want to stress to those parents who are watching at home, if your child is sick, keep them home. If they're sick, keep them home. It's not going to get better with time over the day, sending them on the bus. Keep them home. This is serious. It is extremely serious. I'm not coming at you all, but I want to speak to the parents who are watching at home. We're going back to school. If you feel that your child is sick, keep them home. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Riddick. All right. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. All right. Next item on the agenda. Okay. Right along. Okay. We have the ordinances that we have passed. Now, there are several ordinances. We're reviewing the policy manual. Most of them are updates and they're informational. Would you like to take them as a group because they're informational? Does anybody have any question about either one of them, from ordinance 20/21-11 through 20/21 through 24? Anybody have any questions or any concerns? Because these are informational items. This is the first reading. Most of them were changes in grammar, not major changes in either one. If there are no changes and you don't mind, since they were informational, we can go down to item 20. Go down to Resolution 20/21-21. A resolution of the School Board of the City of Suffolk, Virginia, requesting that Linda T. Johnson, interim appointee to the Suffolk City School Board, affix her signature to the Code of Ethics applicable to all members serving on the Suffolk City School Board and adopted by the school board on January 14, 2021.
Madam Chair, so moved.
Second.
We accept that.
All right. Madam Clerk.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Johnson?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Story,
Yes.
Vice Chair Byram,
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. We have public speakers on non-agenda topics. Mr. Donald Lee regarding spectators at outside sports events.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, would you like for me to read the opening?
Yes.
Before they
when
get
he-
started?
When he comes, if you would, you can read it. Here.
It is.
Oh.
It is the intent of the school board to ensure that the affairs of the board be conducted in an open and orderly manner, that all persons desiring to address the board are afforded an opportunity to do so. Any persons addressing the board shall, 1, confine their comments in matters germane to the business of the school board. 2, refrain from words or statements which from their usual construction and common acceptance are construed as insults intend to incite violence or breach of the peace. 3, refrain from obscenity, vulgarity, or other breach of respect. 4, comply with the time limit for public comment as set by the board, which can be up to 5 minutes unless the board, through the exercise of its discretion, decides to allow less than 5 minutes for public comment. 5, refrain from cumulative or repetitive remarks. And 6, refrain from making any comments regarding any pending student discipline or employee grievance matters. The appropriate forum for such matters is the applicable administrative hearing provided by state law or where appropriate court proceedings. The school board welcomes comments from the public as appropriate. Board members will listen to public comments but will not comment unless granted permission by the chair. The chairman or other presiding officer shall preserve decorum and shall decide all questions of public order subject to appeal to the board. At the request of the chairman, a city police officer shall act as sergeant-at-arms at all board meetings. That officer shall, under the direction of the chairman or other presiding officer, have charge of the board chambers, the board conference room, the waiting areas and corridors adjacent thereto, and the school administration building, and shall prevent disorder or interruption of the business of the board. All speakers, please state your name and address before speaking.
Thank you. Is Mr. Lee here? No. Okay. The next speaker is Mr. Dwayne Sherrick on the policy for scrub uniforms for faculty and staff. And you have a handout. We have a handout from you. Is this correct?
Yes, Madam Chairman.
Okay.
I've sent one through the clerk to
Right.
all of you.
We have it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Dr. Gordon and school board members. Again, my name is Dwayne Sherrick. My address for this presentation is 1009 Centerbrook Lane, Suite 202 here in Suffolk. And Ms. Mayo, it's good to see you again. It's been a long time since I've seen you. And Ms. Johnson, congratulations on your appointment to the school board. I am the owner of Scrubs Plus here in Suffolk. With the opening of Suffolk Public Schools, I'm here tonight to advocate to you to consider adding to your employee dress code policy the addition of scrub uniforms for faculty and/or staff. In the packet of the material that I provided to you, you will see articles outlining reasons for teachers and staff to be allowed to wear scrubs that came from various states, plus comments by superintendents of school systems across the country advocating why they like the idea. Most of my comments are coming from those articles that I gave to you. First of all, clean, professional appearance, which I can show you here. They don't look like they did years ago, the scrubs that doctors and nurses wore. They're not the cotton, rough material that was used, and still some cases are used, but not what is used throughout the country. They're mostly made of polyester, rayon, and spandex, allowing for comfort, function, and style. They're also more durable, less fading, shrinking, and has been stated in the reports, most personal clothing purchased won't last up to the necessary washings like the scrub uniforms do. It is recommended that your personal clothes be washed every day to rid the clothing of the airborne issues of COVID, if that's what you're going to wear, and also to dry them on high heat. Scrubs are made for this kind of wear and tear, not your everyday clothing that you buy at Target, Walmart, Macy's, or anything like that. Scrubs send a message, number 3, that you want your teachers and staff to stay safe. Safe, not safe. Clothing can harbor various particles. That is the main reason doctors and nurses change their clothes as soon as possible and wash them every day when they leave the hospital or get home. Number 4, you will notice in one of the articles that the superintendent of the Garland, Texas School District, Dr. Ricardo Lopez, stated, "You don't have to worry about ruining scrubs. They are easier to clean." So we said, why not, to allowing our teachers and staff to wear them. Number 5, teachers and assistants are always carrying things around with them in the classroom. Scrubs offer numerous pockets in the tops and also in the pants, and most come with a place even to clip your ID badge on them. Number 6, scrubs are budget friendly. On the average, an adult female teacher will spend $750 per year on clothing. The average cost of a set of scrubs, top and bottoms, is around $60. So if you bought 5 sets, that would be around $300. You can add some additional different colored tops or bottoms and add another $200 to that figure, roughly $500 a year. Plus, you get an average of 30 washes for each pair of scrubs, so teachers can buy uniforms once a year and save on money. So in conclusion, I hope that you will read the supplied material, see how scrub uniforms are being implemented across the country and even in our neighboring states. Then discuss it and allow scrub uniforms to be added to your existing dress code for this year and years to come. Thank you very much for your time. I'll hang around after the meeting tonight if you'd like to see the samples that I brought with me. Thank you for your time.
Next item on the agenda is business by board members. We're going to ask at this.
Madam Chair, I think we still have a couple.
I'm sorry, is there someone who?
It's a couple of letters, if I believe.
Yes. We have 2 letters.
You have 2 letters?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Oh,
I signed up to be a late speaker.
if you're I'm sorry, if you've spoken already.
But I signed up to be a late non-agenda speaker.
Lee?
Tarsha confirmed it on the phone with me.
Who is that? Who is that?
Who are you?
All right, what's your name, please?
Miller Carey.
Mr. Carey, that was in addition to if you didn't have time to complete your presentation.
No, it wasn't. I signed up as a non-agenda speaker to speak afterwards on a different issue.
But it was regarding the budget.
No, ma'am, it was not on a different issue.
Okay, I'm sorry, I don't have that information. I
We have
confirmed
2.
regarding the budget.
You confirmed it on the phone today at about 12:30.
Mr. Carey, right now, we have 2 letters that we're going to hear from.
It's your meeting, you can let me speak, right?
Mr. Carey?
Yes, ma'am.
No. Thank you. Good night.
You have a good evening.
Please, read the letter.
School board members, we would like to request immediate permission from the school board to attend indoor sports during the current shortened volleyball season. Per the current guidelines issued by Governor Northam under Executive Order 72, 25 spectators are allowed to attend indoor sports with the required safety precautions that are in place. Suffolk is now under the orange COVID risk level with 6.3% positives as of today, which has declined over the last few weeks. This information is favorable in allowing us to support our children in person, and spectators could safely be allowed, at least for the home team. Recreational sports. Indoor and outdoor recreational sports activities are permitted, provided participants and organizers of recreational sports activity comply with the sector specification guidelines for recreational sports, which are expressly incorporated by reference herein. Such guidance included but is not limited to the following requirements. For sports played indoors, spectators must be limited to 25 persons per field. For sports played outdoors, the total number of spectators cannot exceed the lesser of 30% of the occupancy load of the certification of occupancy for the venue, or 250 spectators per field. Spectators must wear masks over their nose and mouth in accordance with Section 2. 10 feet of physical distance must be maintained between spectators who are not family members as defined in Section 1, Sub D, Paragraph 2. We would like to request permission for the volleyball team to be allowed to compete within the postseason competition that is being held through VHSL. These athletes have trained hard, dedicated themselves to their craft, and should be allowed the opportunity to reach their goals alongside the other schools within this region and throughout Virginia. Many athletes also participate in large club tournaments and have done so safely. Time has provided additional information regarding this pandemic, and recreational sports is not considered a high-risk source of spread. Volleyball is low to moderate risk depending on the source with minimal contact. As representatives of the students and parents within the Suffolk educational system, please take into consideration the current data, honor our request, and grant us permission to do what our school districts are also allowing. We appreciate your time. Respectfully, Michelle Witcher, volleyball parent, Nancy River Boys volleyball team, coach Teresa Hodges. Good evening, Suffolk School Board members. My name is Kelly Hingler. I am the Executive President of the Crittenden, Eclipse, and Hobson Heritage Civic League. We are excited to say that we have over 30 families welcome to the area of 23433 and 23432 zip codes that encompasses our Civic League on the northwest border of the city of Suffolk in the last year, inclusive of during COVID-19 shutdown. As we navigate forward in welcoming our new families as well as supporting existing families, we have a request: ease of access to the school board agenda. Although there is a homepage button or tile for the school board meeting, the information at that link only provides basic school board meeting data information. Please see the copy and paste below of the information provided at the homepage link. It is respectfully requested that the homepage centered link provides 1, a direct link to the agenda, 2, the school board YouTube channel direct link, 3, the information provided in the current hyperlink embedded in the agenda for agenda and non-agenda speakers submission for emailed or in-person speaker opportunity. We are a rural corridor community approximately 45 minutes to downtown, and we wish to assist in a robust participation in person and at a distance. Notices via email to parents for meeting is a parent-driven request as well. Regards, Kelly Hingler, Executive President, CE&H Heritage Civic League, P.O. Box 6028, Suffolk, Virginia 23433.
Thank you. Is that it? Thank you
Yes, ma'am,
very
that
much.
concludes the letters.
Thank you. At this point in time, we have comments from board members and board members. I'm going to ask at this time, with your permission, and I'll ask board members to vote on the issue if you have comments for a time set for comments. Of 5 minutes. There are concerns, objections?
I object. I don't know why. Why are we doing that? We never have. Why this time?
I have asked if you have an objection, the board can vote on it. We can set a time according to Robert's rules.
No.
Board members, would you like to vote on the issue? And if so, may I have a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Johnson?
Can I have I'm not sure what I'm voting on. Are we
The
voting
time
on?
limit for board member comments.
But what would be the
5
time?
min-
5 minutes. So it would be in accordance the same as the speakers could speak?
Yes, it would.
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
No.
Board Member Story?
No.
Vice Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Now, we may begin, and Ms. Story, if you have comments, you may make them at this time.
I have to set my timer here.
Go right ahead.
It's new that I get to go first. Thank you. Can I ask who made that motion?
Or please take your 5 minutes. Thank you. Please.
On a clarification. Okay. On your mark. Set. Go. All right. The Equity Committee. I don't see that the Equity Committee is meeting in an open meeting session. And I think that it's forming school board policy. And I think that there are citizens on it. So that would qualify as an open meeting, ad hoc, something that's working on the equity policy for us. So I'd like you to consider that as a FOIA request, that the Equity Committee meeting be open, as long as there's citizens on it and it's forming policy for the school board. So that's my first request. Second of all, I would like us to move the school board retreat back to summer. I could not find any school boards in the area that would have a school board retreat in October after the school has already started. If we have any recommendations, it's too late. So they all hold theirs either in July or August. I remember Dr. Whitney wanted it earlier in August so that adjustments could be made. I'd like us to move it back to the summer, please, and so we could have time to discuss what we should be doing in that retreat. Second of all, the Safety Audit Committee, I would like that to go back to the Policy Committee. I believe that we need to work into the policy, and I think that the Safety Audit Committee should know that they were mandated by the Virginia DOJ, and they have very specific timelines and very specific things to do, and that is not in our policy manual. And of course, we should be following the DOJ, so I would like you to look at that, and I think our Safety Audit Committee needs to look at those documents. I don't believe it's done that, the DOJ documents of what their responsibility is. And that was mandated in 2013, I believe. I really wish that we could give the volleyball team and parents what they would like. On this, I happen to be opposite of you, but I think that I wish that they could have their season in play, and so I just want to speak up for them. I think we got some very good, passionate letters, and I think they should have their season. Second of all, I hope that if the numbers go way down, Dr. Gordon, in terms of COVID, that you'll consider getting more kids back into summer school, more than what we have now. I think, again, face-to-face learning is really great. So if our numbers go really down, I would hope you would consider coming back to us and adding students. I am disappointed that science is virtual compared to English. I just think science needs hands-on learning, and we haven't had much of that going on. I would rather have science be one of the things that was not virtual, but I think right now it's math and English that are face-to-face, social studies and science are virtual. I would love to see science be part of the face-to-face time. And then on the ESSER financial report, I don't know how we can explain this, but there is a data sheet in there that is blue and green, and I think some numbers were not moved down, and I believe we don't have some right. I don't know if you have it in front of you there.
Mrs. Stewart, the comments are made to me, and they're not a time to question the staff.
So I'm just letting you know what's there.
Robert's rules.
I get extra time. So on that, I'm looking for where mine is. The ESSER grant, it's in the information section. If someone would look into that, because I think under instruction, some numbers weren't brought down to the totals. I could be wrong, but I think maybe that those numbers, the 18,000 in the second column, and then the total of the numbers in the third column were not brought down into the total. Anyway, maybe someone could look into that. I have 20 seconds left. So, I just think that we're ready to go. I'm excited. I think everyone's done a great job. And I really like your plan. I'm very glad we're moving to electronic things. I think that was one of the reasons I really wanted to bring you on board, because I knew you'd get us into the e-world, and we worked. And I think that's excellent. I'm really glad we have all these boards. We were behind.
Ms. Story, your time has expired.
We were behind, and you really got us up to date, and I really appreciate that. So thank you very much. I look forward to kids getting back, and I think it's a good plan. Thanks.
All right. I'm going to make mine brief, as mostly I try to do. First and foremost, I want to say thank you to my constituents who have elected me and given me an opportunity to serve them in such a great honor, to represent the Suffolk Borough. I do want to take this time to commend Dr. Gordon and the staff for what you all, especially our teachers and those who are also on the front lines, for getting us through the challenges that we have faced with this pandemic. And we're still coming out victorious and still coming out on top. The third thing I would like to address is the need for keeping JFK at its present day location and not consolidating schools. I want to be perfectly clear. Yes, there is a video of me speaking and exercising my First Amendment right, asking the citizens to contact their representatives, both on city council and school board, because it's important that when we submit a CIP at a joint agreement meeting, and the facility study that we paid a lot of money for states what our priorities should be, that those who control the purse listen to it. We need to keep JFK, I'm going to say it again, we need to keep John Fitzgerald Kennedy Middle School at its present day location on East Washington Street, so it could serve as a disaster shelter for those persons who live in that area. If we remove the school from that area, the nearest disaster shelter is Nesman River, Lakeland, Kings Fork Middle. You're talking about over 15,000 people in less than a 10-mile radius from that school that will have to crowd already congested roadway arteries, one which floods every time we get a lot of rain, the Kimberly Bridge on North Main Street. We can't afford to lose it. So I am Tyron Riddick, and I do approve this message. I'm not going to take it back. We need that school to remain there. In closing, I'm extremely proud of all of the honor graduates from Lakeland High School. I'm looking forward to see the honor graduates from Nesman River and Kings Fork. And thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Riddick. Board Member Johnson.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank those of you who supported me and gave me an opportunity to sit on the school board and have the faith in me that I can do the job. I have to tell you that, coming from the other side, I have much to learn, and I know that I have already made several calls and gotten a lot of information. I will tell you, I have done my 4-year training. I will gladly sign my code of ethics before I leave tonight. Someone asked me, why did I want to do this? And I have one goal in mind. My goal is that I want to see the students of the city of Suffolk to get the very best learning experience they can possibly get, regardless of their zip code. I do not care where they live. I want them to all have the best, and they can have the best. My other goals are, though, I believe very much in being civil. I believe that every meeting that we have and every time we have people to speak, whether on either side, speakers, I believe that we need to remember that we have over 13,000 students watching and that can watch this over and over on YouTube. So I believe the message that we have to send to them is that we need to be honest, open, fair, and respectful. And I think that's very important from everyone. When I decided to put my name in for this hat, I will tell you that my character was assassinated, very simply. So I wasn't going to let that stop me. I've lived here for 57 years. I'm a product of these schools. I care about these schools. My husband is a product of these schools, and we were well served. We are very, very proud of the education that we got, and it has only improved over the years. I want to tell the staff, everyone has been extremely, is that me? Everyone has been extremely helpful. I voted for that 5 minutes because that's the time we let the citizens speak. So I'm not sure that maybe we shouldn't be doing the same as the citizens. If we're going to be fair, we need to be fair. But I want to say to Dr. Gordon, I want to say to Mr. Waller, thank you. You've answered all my questions. I raised my hand. I swore that I would take my oath of the United States Constitution and the state constitution. I've read it. I'm reading the code for the State Department of Education and all about education and SOQs. I've got a lot to learn because there are a lot of rules and a lot of regulations, and it's not as easy as it looks until you see everything that's involved. So I just look forward to the learning experience and to being a part of a group. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I just want to say that I'm excited about what's coming forth on Monday, that some of the students and the parents who asked that we, give the opportunity for their kids to do face-to-face, it will happen. And I'm also excited and hopeful that the parents have educated their children about wearing their masks, and that the staff also will make sure that they wear their masks and that they stay with the social distancing. So again, I'm excited about that, and I'm looking forward to hearing great things. Congratulations again to all the honor students at Lakeland High School. You make us proud, and we know you will continue to do so. I want to piggyback and thank you, Board Member Riddick, for speaking on John F. Kennedy. I'm an alumni of John F. Kennedy. My husband is, Delegate Jenkins, as well as my daughters went to John F. Kennedy Middle School. It is not a personal just for me, but there's a lot of alumni that love John F. Kennedy. There's a lot of people in the community that rally behind John F. Kennedy. We have paid a lot of money for a field study that has given us the answer that we needed and that we were looking for, that we can build on that land, build it up, and maybe position a brand new school, state-of-the-art school, right there on the site. I am totally against moving it anywhere. It belongs in our community. Why have the school that's there, that's all raggedy and whatever, all these years, but as soon as you want to do a brand new school, you want to move it out of the neighborhood? That's not fair at all. And Vice Mayor Leroy Bennett, he has supported us with this, and I want to thank him wholeheartedly. We talked this morning, and not only rally behind me and give me support and the rest of the board members that support this, but definitely rally behind our Vice Mayor Leroy Bennett. We can't do it by ourselves. A lot of people speak about what they want, but we need you to come to City Council meeting. We need you to open your mouth and say, this is what we want. We gave this CIP in December. It was agreed upon. And when we had our legislative day at John F. Kennedy, early on, our current mayor, Mike Duman, we were excited because he saw the need of a brand-new school. And he said to Dr. Gordon, whatever you need me to do, just tell me and I'll make it happen. We will build a new school. So I'm holding him to that because he said it out of his mouth. It's nothing that we're making up. So we don't need to change directions in the middle of going forward. This is what we were promised, so we expect that. We want to start in 2022, which is on the plan, and end in 2024, I believe. Not put it back another 4 or 5 years. This is what's been going on year after year. It is our turn in this community to get what we were promised. And, you know, the board does get along. But when you have people come and try to attack us, you attack us at our homes, you follow us down the highway or whatever, you know, that's a bit much. It's a bit childish, actually, and it's bullying. So I think the board members, we do try to get along. We are adults. So the perspective that you have that we don't, it's wrong. It's wrong. We do try to get along. All of us do. And we will continue to. So that's all I have to say. Thank you, staff. Thank you, Dr. Gordon, for everything that you do. You all are amazing. I appreciate you, and whatever you need, just let us know.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Mayo.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Also, I too am excited about our students' return to school for in-person learning. And although the school setting will be different, and it won't be as we have known it in the past, our students will have an opportunity to return to the school building for face-to-face learning with their teachers. And this is encouraging. We are encouraged, as this indicates that our students will experience some normalcy in their academic lives, and also hopefully will help to improve their social and emotional well-being too. So this is a plus. As our superintendent stated earlier, it's important to follow those guidelines. The masks, the hand washing, the social distancing, we can't emphasize that enough, and that's for everybody's safety. So this is an exciting time. Our elementary students will be coming back first, and then our secondary students will be following them. And the virtual learning, for those who want that, they can have that too. So it's something for everyone. And I want to thank you, Dr. Gordon, and the SAO staff, all of the teachers, administrators, everyone who are a part of the Suffolk Public Schools family for all that you have done to make this a success, and we know we can do this, so I'm very excited about that. In addition, congratulations to our Lakeland High School honor graduates. I'm most proud of you. I'm wearing my Lakeland mask tonight, and most proud of you for that. Also, I would like to give accolades to our food service department. It has been almost a year, and they have not stopped providing food, meals for our students. And with the help, of course, of our transportation department, this is a division-wide effort. And when everybody works together, we achieve more. And so this is important. I want to thank Dr. Whiting and his staff. Phenomenal work. The food, good food for our students. And then the special events that they've been sponsoring as well, that have been held over at Booker T, I think deserves an honorable mention there as well. So we're almost at that time, and we're looking forward to the return on Monday. This is an exciting time, and let's put that educate and innovate plan to work, and let's do this and make Suffolk Public Schools the best that it can be as we build the best SPS. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Vice Chair Barrow.
Ditto, ditto, Ms. Mayo. I just want to say a few things. Most of you have already covered some of the things that I was going to mention, but I want to especially welcome Ms. Johnson to our board. I have worked with Ms. Johnson for many years as a school board member. She has always been very helpful and supportive of the school system. And I know she has a desire to move in and help us to achieve even greater things. I know your expertise on city government and knowledge of Suffolk is going to help us as a school system. And I thank you for allowing us to let you be the interim, because I know you have other things that you could do. But I thank you for that. And I think you said one time it's sort of like coming full circle. She was once an English teacher at John F. Kennedy High School. So, you know, sometimes our lives do lead us back around. And thank you for that. A couple other things. We recognized a lot of teachers, that spotlight that we do each month. I think that's a wonderful thing. But, you know, we only can recognize a few, but our teachers have done a tremendous job. And without them, we would be nowhere. And all of us, I think Ms. Johnson and some of us have spoken tonight of the fact that we've always had teachers in our lives that have influenced us and have motivated us. And so we know that during this pandemic, our Suffolk Public School teachers have stepped up. All of our teachers should be in the spotlight. Every day should be Teacher Appreciation Day in Suffolk. And I hope parents and stakeholders out there will come out and do special things for teachers, because this has been a trying time. But as usual, our team has worked together and we have come out on top. Congratulations to the fine arts students that we recognized this evening. Even though we had a pandemic that has put us through so much over the last year, we are still making strides. We are regional, state, and nationally recognized. That is something to truly be thankful for in these difficult times. And those students and those teachers in the fine arts are to be commended for that. We have an excellent group working. Ms. Forsman, I can never say enough to thank you and your staff for all the work. As Dr. Gordon says, coming in at 6 o'clock in the morning, working from home, and she lives right down the road from me, and I see her back and forth. She's working constantly for Suffolk Public Schools. She's an excellent finance director. Her staff, she's understaffed, and I've said this many times before, but still gets the job done. And I thank you for all the excellent audits over the years and for all the expertise that you have in finance. And as Ms. Johnson, our newest member on the board, said, you always explain things so people can clearly understand what is going on. And I thank you and your staff for that. I'll leave out a few things. I don't want to go over my 5 minutes. I want to thank the teachers and the parents and the students who gave us this excellent feedback on Educate and Innovate. I don't think we've ever done a survey in this school system where we have had that number of respondents, and that is exceptional. Thank you, parents, teachers, and students for responding to that, because that gives us something to work for. We see that we need to tweak certain little things. We have learned so much from this virtual experience. We'll never be the same, but God does not put one thing on us that He does not give us another way to improve, I believe. And I think this has been our challenge, to improve. I thank Dr. Gordon, I thank Dr. Branch, I thank Dr. Lawson Davenport, and all of the people who have worked, to make this a success. And I look forward to the reopening of school and the success of our students as we move through the rest of this year. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you all. And I want to say ditto to all of that. Thank you all for the hard work that you put into all of this. And we're going to get ready, and we're going to pray that all of our students, all of our staff, all of our drivers, and everybody else is safe as we open, and everything will go smoothly and go well. I think that the best defense against misinformation, untruths, falsehoods, misstatements, stories, and basically lies, that's the best word for it, is the facts. You can have your own opinions, but you cannot have your own facts. I'm grateful for the fact that we presented the truth, and the truth always wins out. The details were here. I want to thank the principals and the teachers who came forward to present the facts about what you do and how you do it, and the people who actually filled out surveys and wrote down how they felt. Not anonymously, not made up, but they actually filled out the surveys, turned in the information. We have the numbers and we have the data. I really do appreciate all of that because we have that information and analyzed it and presented it. And I cannot thank you enough for all that you've done there. I want to say this. There are people who have always supported us. Former Mayor Johnson, we thank you, present school board member Johnson, for all that you have done to support the schools. I'm not ashamed at all to call you Mayor Johnson, former Mayor Johnson, current school board member Johnson, and my friend. Thank you so much for being here and for helping us out. We look forward to working with you, and we couldn't have found a person with more knowledge, with the wealth of knowledge that you have to do the job that you're doing. So we're really looking forward to working with you. We have also been supported by other city council members. My council member, Lou Ward, has always supported the schools since we've worked together. Vice Mayor Bennett has always supported the schools. Former Mayor Miltier supported the schools. We always had his support, didn't ever have to worry about it. We always had to take some guff, and I'll be honest, they know I am, from Councilman Goldberg and Councilman Fawcett, but they always wound up voting for the school board budget. I'll leave that there and go on to the next things. We have presented and did present in December our CIP priorities. We told people what we wanted. I have never indicated that I did not want an addition to Northern Shores Elementary School. Never to anybody, publicly, privately, or in any way, shape, form, or fashion. Never. And I still do. I understand that there's a report circulating that we might not get that, or that we don't have support for that. But it is not because we don't want it. We put it in writing. The report exists. It is there. It is a priority for us. Now, if anybody's changed that, it is not because Suffolk Public Schools has changed it. It is also not because we're making John F. Kennedy a priority, because that is also a priority. It is not an either or, it's an and. We want them both. We're not trying to cause conflict anywhere. We know what we need. We do not and have not asked for a brand new high school in the Nansemond Borough. We don't have enough students for it. We have, however, asked for 3 new middle schools and 2 new elementary schools because we need them. We know what we need. We set our priorities. We do need an addition to Nansemond River High School. That will be sufficient. It is not $118 million for a new high school. It is $14 million. We've stated that. Our priorities are here. We need 2 floors on Northern Shores Elementary School. We need that. We have special students in our school who live in our community and have a right to have classes inside. We do not want our 4th and 5th graders outside. Trailers, mobile units, are not sufficient for classrooms. They are not.
Dr. Buck, the time has expired.
Thank you. Have a blessed evening, and we're going to get out of here. All right. Good night. God bless all of you, And if all minds are clear and everybody's ready to go home, everything else on this agenda is informational, unless somebody has something. We do have some people who have passed away, and of course, we want to say to their families, we are sorry, we regret the loss of two Suffolk Public Schools family members. We call them family members. Estelle Wilkins, one of our cafeteria associates, former cafeteria associates, passed away, and Barbara Walker, one of our retired teachers, passed away. We do want to give our condolences to those families. The other things are informational items. Anybody have any questions about any of those? If not, we're going to say good night. This meeting is adjourned.